So good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Lake Forest Park City Council regular meeting for Thursday, October 24th, 2024. And with that, I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And I would entertain a motion for adoption of the agenda. Councilmember Goldman.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda by removing item 9F about canceled checks.
From the consent calendar. Thank you very much, Councilmember Goldman. Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been moved to remove item 9F from the agenda. Do I hear any comments or questions? With that, we'll move on to adoption of the agenda as amended. All those in favor of adopting the agenda as amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays? The ayes have it. Thank you, Council. That passes unanimously. Okay, we're starting with public comments, and I will read the standard blurb here, Chief. Thank you, sir. The council will not be accepting online public comments. This portion of the agenda is set aside for the public to address the council on agenda items or any other topic the council might have purview or control over. However, the mayor or council may not respond to comments from the public. If the comments are of a nature that the council does not have influence or control over, then the mayor may request the speaker suspend their comments. Mayor, council may direct staff to follow up on items brought up by the public. Comments that are limited to a 3-minute time limit. I'm going to add to that, keep it civil. That's what we do here in the city. Refrain from name calling and labels. Thank you, Chief. All right, let's see. Nigel Kiefer, you're first. Please join us at the podium.
My name's Nigel Kiefer, and I'm dedicating this to the property taxpayers of Lake Forest Park. So the city would like a levy lift, another Proposition 1. This city has already experienced 2 Proposition 1 levies, which went down to defeat in 2000 and 2021. The city says that the 2025 and 2026 biennium, they are $3 million in the hole. They blame COVID and inflation. That seems very convenient. They have picked a public affairs consultant, Liz Loomis, for $96,000 to sell the proposed property tax increase. But there will be other costs that the city will not want to talk about. In my opinion, this city is physically irresponsible. This city spends money it doesn't have and has for many years. A prime example is the city's collusion with the Lake Forest Park Stewardship Foundation, a private nonprofit 501c3, and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board in acquisition of real estate for parks. The nonprofit locates the real estate, solicits King County and state of Washington for tax dollars, facilitates with the parties, then the city purchases the property. All the while, the parties conceal the transaction from the public. Typically, the city does not have full funding of the project. For example, the new waterfront park purchase price was $6 million with projected development costs of an additional $14 million. The city does not currently have the funding for this project, but may be looking toward a levy lift to bail them out. But the city will not tell you that. Why did the previous levies fail? The levies failed because of the city's arrogance, deceit, and dishonesty. The levies were fast-tracked without public input, and the projects were not clearly defined and without cost estimates. The city's proponents wanted to plan in generalities, borrow and spend without an end date, creating a permanent, unaccountable slush fund. If you think that the city will be any different this time around, you are mistaken. They will lie, beg, borrow, and steal because the ends justify the means. It's all about the green agenda and parks. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to Jack Tonkin. Jack, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm concerned that you're moving a little quick on the levy lift discussion. I would ask all the council if each of you know how much money the shortfall is. In the budget, is shown clearly on the expensing versus the revenue, and it's $631,000. That's far from $1.5 million. So where does the difference come from? What is the other expense? Do any of you know? Do you have the number in your head? Because tonight you're going forward with another consulting fee to find out how you can sell it to us. And I challenge you to not do that until you know and you've asked for and you've received the kind of information as to how much money is there in the shortfall? What can we do about it? How much money is it total? How long is it going to take? How long is the levy lift going to be to pay for that? And until you know that, why are you getting a consultant involved? All you're doing now is hiring a coach to have you win the football game. And it seems to me that's not fair. We don't have a team. We don't have a coach. So we don't look for professionals to make our story. You know the story. You just don't know the numbers. And I think that's responsible for you to do. It's not our job to do. It's your job to do. You know, we didn't cause the shortfall. You caused the shortfall. You approved the money, not us. Yet you want to hand the bill over to us? And that's fair? I don't think so. And you can't explain it. That, I think, is your fault. You need to ask more questions. You need to get involved in more of the dialogues. The last time I saw your accountant, Lindsay, give you a presentation on the proposals for each department, I thought was good information. It got you a real good look at how we run things and what it costs. But nobody challenged how much it costs. And that's your job, not to spend money, but how to save money. You're not doing that part of your job. And I think you have to start doing that. Otherwise, we're going to have these levy lifts and Prop 1 stuff going between us, and it just is not good. It's not healthy. We don't need it. You can avoid it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Let's see, moving. I think I can read everybody's yes. Okay, they look a lot like no's here to speak, but Sarah, I'm assuming you would like to speak. Ms. Phillips, please.
Hi, my name's Sarah Phillips. I'm a resident of Lake Forest Park and the chair of the Climate Action Committee. One of the things that happened at one of our outings in the Climate Action Committee was somebody came up to us and said, you guys should start a book club. So we started a book club and I've invited people. It sort of spun off from the Climate Action Committee. And the book we're reading next is called A Field Guide to Climate Anxiety. a timely topic. The first thing that this author suggests we do is, and she's a professor, is to imagine yourself in a thriving, climate changed world. And when I thought about that myself, I found I couldn't do it. You know, I can't imagine that we're a thriving climate changed world. I am a senior citizen. I probably live 15 more years at the outside, and I don't know what a climate, if we're moving towards a thriving climate. The UN report today said they said blowing past all of our targets for climate reduction. And if we increase by 1.5 degrees centigrade, it becomes a turning point. It's not just that it keeps going. You get to a point and there's a collapse. And the things they anticipate collapse would be the ocean currents, the melting of the permafrost, stress on food, water. Apparently the first, I think it was West Nile, was a bird flu was found today. That's because of the changing climate, those things are coming through. And I think, and it's really hard because you think of Lake Forest Park and you think, we're so lucky. We live in the most beautiful place on earth. We're filled with green trees and we feel safe. And, you know, I think recent events have shown us that nobody's safe. I think about Asheville, and I think they were a climate refuge. They thought of themselves as a climate refuge. And as things go, you know, we anticipate forest fires and floods and smoke and salmon collapse. And I just want to remind you that we need to be part of the solution. We have, as part of the Climate Action Committee, said we need to reduce emissions, we need to enhance our ecosystem, and we need to build resiliency. And we think that the way to do that most effectively is to hire a climate manager. I just wanted to bring that back to you and put it on the top of the pile of your things. We need somebody who thinks every day, all the time, about how it is we can reduce emissions, enhance our ecosystem, and build resilience. And I also want to say there's an event on Saturday in the Commons where the Climate Committee has invited other people to talk about the kinds of things they're doing, and we're moving on the issue of a climate hub in the Commons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Phillips. We're moving on to Don Nybuar. Welcome, Don.
Thank you, Council. It's hard to figure out how to follow Jack Tonkin. But I was here a couple of weeks ago and basically simply said that I don't think we need to be confrontational in how we solve the existing budget issue. And I don't necessarily think we need a levy lift, or if we do need one, that we can approach it as a group and not be adversarial about it. And I'd like to get to that position. I don't think, unfortunately, that we have a lot of time. And I think we can't slow down the budget process itself. I understand that we have a deadline that I guess it's the end of the year. I'm not even sure when it exactly is, but I think we can put in place a budget and we've got some time to work on things, and if necessary, amend that budget. And I think I would like to see us proceed in a time frame that does that. One of the things that Jack already stole my thunder was that I don't think we should be at this point in time hiring a consultant to drive a levy lift through when we don't know the exact need of that, what it ought to look like, or if we even do need it. I've had some time in the last 2 weeks to begin to look at the budget. And while I think the city has done a pretty good job in presenting things, and there's a lot of information in there. The budget that they presented does raise a lot of questions, and it doesn't have, for example, the information that we really need to look at for some historic trends. It shows what percentage increases are, but they're increases over the last year's budget, the last biennium's budget. And a lot of times the amounts actually spent were less than that. So if you look at the real increases over the last biennium spending, they're much greater. But it's going to take a lot of time to look at those things and look at what the real trends, and that'll raise questions. And some of those questions have very logical and meaningful answers, but others of them should cause us some reconsideration of some of the things that are in there. And I would simply say we need to get a budget in place that's not an over-the-top budget, that's conservative. And then from there, we've got a few months, the beginning of next year, that we can structure things, decide on I'm sorry, I'm over. Decide on whether we need a levy lift and what it should look like, and then think about publicizing it. Anyway, sorry to have gone over.
It's okay, Don. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. And last we have on the list is Alan Keast. Welcome, Alan.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm speaking to agenda item 12B, the Loomis Public Affairs contract, and a related item, which is not on the agenda, but it's the polling firm that would come out of this year's budget, that it all rolls together. The premise for the public affairs contract, as has been mentioned, is basically a message shaping effort at a time when the city is short of money. Let's put those two concepts together. We're short of money, and yet at the same time, the city is saying, well, let's take $96,000 of the short money that we have and use it on messaging, plus an unknown amount, and use it on polling to go along with the messaging, or to drive even the messaging. I would suggest the council not agree to do that, because at this time, if the council ultimately is going to go to the voters, or might conceivably go to the voters, it would need to show prudence before doing so, and this isn't prudent. The premise behind this is that the citizens are not paying the city enough money to run its obligations. If you go back, this is not a new issue. The city was founded in 1961. It's faced these crises over its entire history. If you come forward to the 1980s, the city had a crunch, and it said, we can't budget. It put before the people in a ballot issue to annex to the fire district, to relieve the city of the obligation under state law to provide fire services. And the citizens agreed to do that, to help out the city. If you go back and trace the history and try to find what the polling expense was for that, what the consultant expense was for that, you're going to find it was zero. In the 1990s, the same thing happened. There was a crisis in the budget, and the city went to the voters again and said, please help us out. Please annex to the King County Library District, relieve us of the obligation to provide our library services. The voters and myself said, yes, we will do that. Go back and look for the polling expense that went along with that. Go back and look for the consultant message shaping expense that went along with that. It was zero. What is happening is there is an unspoken premise that the citizens are not helping the government out. The citizens are helping the government out. I looked at my own household. I pay my household $567 a year for the property tax. And the premise is that's not enough. You're getting too much service for that many dollars. You need to give us more dollars. But when you go and look at the fact that the city imposed a transportation benefit district, well, then my household pays the city another $50. The library annexation causes my household to pay the city another $203. The fire annexation causes my household to pay the city pay for city services, another $687. And the city then further imposed a surface water utility on top of the property tax, and that causes my household to pay this $287. So what is happening is My household isn't paying the city $567 for municipal services. It's paying that, but the grand total of the services the city was originally obligated to provide the citizens is actually 320% of the city property tax. So I say that suggests to you that the citizens are not deficient in their support of the city, and that they would look for some leadership on the part of the electeds in balancing that part of what remains of its obligations before going out and spending money on the consulting firms. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. We come to the bottom of the list. Anyone else in the chambers that would like to take a moment to give public comment? Okay, going once. All right, we'll close public comment. Thank you, everybody. And with that, where are we? Mr. McLean. We are on to one of my favorite topics, final confirmation, tree board candidate Richard Saunders. Richard, would you like to come up to the podium and just tell us a little bit about yourself and your interest in the tree board? And I will preface this by saying, Council, Richard is once again stepping up to the plate many, many times. And we thank you for that, Richard.
Thank you, Mayor French.
Please.
Well, I'm really honored to have the opportunity to be considered for the tree board. My motivation is from all of you folks up there who are doing a lot for the community, the people who are on the commissions right now. I have served on commissions in the past, so I think I have a good idea of what's entailed, the time commitment and how it works. I've been out of commissions for, no pun intended, out of commissions, not out of commission, for the last couple of years, and I just was feeling the need to get back involved. So when Mark Phillips, who I really respect, asked me to consider it, I did, and I'd like to get back involved. And I'm also motivated by the good people who are on the commission already. And I think it's an important board. So I'm excited to be considered.
Thank you, Richard. And I would say that when I heard that he was applying, I didn't even, of course, need to interview him because he served us on a variety of different boards, including Planning Commission and up twice, I believe, Richard, extensions to help the community out very graciously. So colleagues, questions for Mr. Saunders? Please, Vice Chair Furton.
And I wanted to thank you very much for stepping up and all the service you've given to the city over the years. And I don't have a particular question in mind, but I did want to basically compliment you on you and your wife's work at 5 Acre Wood. Organizing the volunteers and just getting them to work on ivy removal and so forth. And it's just been an amazing experience working with you. And so I think the only thing that I'd like you to comment on is what new directions of the tree board are you thinking about? There was some reason you applied to this particular board, right? Because you could have done anything, literally. So what were the new things you were thinking about for the tree board?
Well, I think the idea of focusing on one topic, being on the planning commission, some of the other commissions, it's you focus on a lot of things, and I'm looking forward to focusing on kind of one concept. I think the tree ordinance is a very, very important ordinance in the city. So I think it can always be improved. And then one of the things that really interests me is the idea of that, our forest and our canopy is really, and kind of going to what Sarah was saying earlier, doesn't exist on an island. It's connected. So this idea of connecting ecosystems and having that be, more of a solution, a bigger solution, the sum of the parts is bigger than, one piece. I'm excited to kind of think about those things.
Thanks. Colleagues, other questions for Richard? Councilmember Goldman.
Yes, thanks for volunteering and for your continued volunteer work with the city. I'm the liaison to the tree board. One of their tasks is community outreach and education. And so do you have any thoughts about good ways to reach the community, to educate them on the value of trees, good tree habits, that sort of thing?
I think that's been something the city has been working on for decades, really, educating the public, not just about the benefit of trees, but about the ordinance and what is, you know, the legal aspects of what you can do on your property and that sort of thing. I mean, I think it's not an easy thing because a lot of people who want to be reached, you know, like people here, are easier to contact. But I think things like they're doing, you know, down at Third Place Books, I understand there's an area that they're using to educate public about trees and the environment. Those things, I think if you have the energy and the resources to reach out to the schools, other community organizations is really important. Making sure that, you know, what we have on the website is up to date and accurate and easy to consume. And then working with other local organizations like the Stewardship Foundation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Councilmember Lebo.
I was so pleased to see your name as wanting to volunteer to be part of the tree board. I think we are so lucky to have you and others who spend so much time volunteering for Lake Forest Park. I think it speaks well to our values, and so I'm very appreciative that you want to get back into the game. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, any other questions for Mr. Saunders? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to approve tree board candidate Richard Saunders for membership.
I will move that we approve Richard Saunders for the tree board.
I second it.
It's been moved and seconded twice. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, Council. It passes unanimously. Thank you once again, Richard, for your service to the community. We really appreciate it. Okay, thank you. With that, we're moving on to some proclamations. We're going to be starting with recognizing October as Freedom to Read Month. Councilmember Golden.
Thank you. Whereas the American Library Association's Banned Books Week celebrates the freedom to read as observed each year as a reminder to Americans not to take their freedom for granted. And whereas the freedom to read is essential to our democracy and reading is among our greatest freedoms. And whereas privacy is essential to the exercise of that freedom and the right to privacy is the right to open inquiry without having the subject of one's interest judged, examined, or scrutinized by others. And whereas the freedom to read is protected by our Constitution and intellectual freedom is essential to the preservation of a free society and a creative culture. And whereas all library books and resources should be accessible for the interest, information, and enlightenment of all people of the community the library serves. And whereas no books or resource materials should be excluded or censored because of the origin, background, or views of those contributing to their creation, no matter how controversial the topics such as culture, religion, love, war, science, and technology, to name a few. And whereas libraries should challenge censorship in the fulfillment of their responsibility to provide free access of all expressions of ideas and information. And whereas conformity limits the range and variety of inquiry and expression on which our democracy and culture depend. And whereas the American Library Association's Office of Intellectual Freedom has found a dramatic increase in book challenges in the last several years, with 2023 having the highest number since the ALA started collecting censorship data 20 years ago, with 4,240 unique titles, almost doubling 2021 with 729. And whereas currently most of the attempts to remove library materials are on topics of LGBTQIA+ issues, books by Black authors, and books that document the experiences of BIPOC people. And whereas most of the book challenges happen in public libraries, 48%, with school libraries running close behind with 41%, schools at 10%, and higher education libraries and other institutions at 1%. And whereas some individuals, groups, and public authorities work to remove or limit access to reading materials, to censor content in schools, to label controversial views, to distribute lists of objectionable books or authors, and to purge libraries of materials reflecting the diversity of society. And whereas community members can show support and celebrate the freedom to read by visiting the American Library Association's website, where one can find the top 10 list of 2023 challenged books and statement on book censorship. Now, therefore, the mayor and city council of the city of Lake Forest Park do hereby proclaim the month of October as Freedom to Read Month and encourage all citizens of the city of Lake Forest Park to learn more about book censorship and support people's right to read on all perspectives without restriction. Signed this 24th day of October, 2024.
Thank you, Councilmember Goldman. And for the record, I read banned books early and often. Moving on to Veterans Day. recognizing November 11th, 2024 is Veterans Day. We have an interim council meeting before Veterans Day, but there are some challenges with having this on that evening. Whereas Veterans Day is observed nationally on November 11th as a legal public holiday to honor and thank all veterans who served in the armed forces in wartime or peacetime. And whereas Veterans Day was originally known as Armistice Day, which signified the signing of the armistice on November 11th, 1918, ending the First World War. And whereas Dwight D. Eisenhower proclaimed in 1954 that Armistice Day would be known as Veterans Day and would quote solemnly remember the sacrifices of all those who fought so valiantly on the seas, in the air, and on foreign shores to preserve our heritage and freedom, unquote. And whereas President Eisenhower further proclaimed that Veterans Day presents all citizens with the opportunity to reconsecrate ourselves to the task of promoting and enduring peace so that their efforts shall not have been in vain. Now, therefore, the mayor and the city council of the city of Lake Forest Park do hereby proclaim November 11th, 2024, the legal commemoration and observance of Veterans Day, and encourage all citizens of the city of Lake Forest Park to acknowledge and thank those who have served our country in the armed forces, signed this 24th day of October, 2024. With that, do we have any veterans in the room? If you're a veteran, would you please stand up so we can recognize you? Okay. Well, thank you for your service. And after that, we are moving on to recognizing the 100th anniversary of the Lake Forest Park Garden Club and the Lakeshore Garden Club. And I would want to give a shout out to both clubs and apologize that we were not able to get this on the, I believe it's October 10th agenda, but it is here tonight. So we hope it is well received. Vice Chair Furtado.
Thank you. Whereas the first meeting of the Lake Forest Park Garden Club was held on July 19th, 1924, beginning in members' homes before moving to the community hall of the first Lake Forest Park School. In 1934, meetings moved to the LFP Civic Clubhouse, and whereas in the mid-90s, the club split into the Lake Forest Park Garden Club, meeting at Third Place Commons, and the Lakeshore Garden Club meeting at LFP Presbyterian Church, and whereas the Lake Forest Park Garden Club has monthly meetings with presentations by local experts on a variety of garden topics, and whereas activities of the Lake Forest Park Garden Club include a spring plant sale, maintaining the Otter Garden at Animal Acres Park, supporting the Third Place Commons annual community breakfast, and continuing involvement as a founding organization of the Secret Gardens Tour. And whereas the Lake Forest Park Garden Club donates to Third Place Commons, LFP Stewardship Foundation, Master Gardener's Demonstration Garden at Pfingst Animal Acres Park, Kruckberg Botanical Garden, and other local organizations. And whereas the Lake Forest Park Garden Club donated the Georgia Gerber Otter sculpture to the city of Lake Forest Park and displayed in Pfingst Animal Acres Park. And whereas the Lakeshore Garden Club is affiliated with the state and national garden clubs and holds monthly meetings featuring morning horticulture speakers and afternoon garden therapy and craft projects. And whereas garden therapy includes making and delivering floral arrangements to retirement and nursing homes and public spaces. And whereas the Lakeshore Garden Club holds a spring plant sale with proceeds supporting local organizations, including King County and Snohomish County Master Gardener Programs, Milwaukee Urban Forest, Washington Park Arboretum, and the Horticulture Scholarship at Edmonds College. And whereas both clubs are a great place to meet your neighbors, foster friendships, and become active in the community. And whereas both clubs welcome visitors and new members, now therefore the Mayor and City Council of the Lake Forest Park do hereby recognize the 100th anniversary of the Lake Forest Park Garden Club and the Lakeshore Garden Club.
Thank you, Vice Chair Furtado. 100 years is an extraordinary amount of time, and I would like to give a shout out to Betsy Piano, who brought this to our attention. Thank you, Betsy, if you're out there and watching this either in recording or live. So thank you very much, everyone. We are going to move on to item 7, public hearing, and we're going to begin the public hearing with a staff presentation from Director Vaughn. Welcome, Director Vaughn.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm going to buy our clerk just a minute to bring up my presentation. Thank you. And Yeah, that just clicked, literally. So walking into our budget presentation or our budget public hearing for this evening, we're going to quickly go over the public hearing, a quick overview. So quickly, I will go over a presentation of what's within our mayor's preliminary budget that's out on the website and for consumption. After my presentation, we will go with questions and comments from city council. And then the third item will be that we will open the public hearing for citizen comments. And friendly reminder, again, following public comments, it's 3 minutes. So every finance director's favorite topic, property tax levy, which is the 1% we refer to. The city adopts a property tax annually, and it is referred to as the property tax levy. And that rate can be adjusted through the council at the highest lawful limit, which is 1%. We call it a limit factor of 1% on the table. So you take your 2024 regular property tax levy, and then you increase it by 1%. That 1% has a value of just under $35,000. It's $34,736. There's a couple other components that add into your property tax, such as the new construction, re-levy for prior year refunds. If there's any form of adjustments that took place in the prior year that came in after you adopted or whatnot, any type of adjustments gets included into that number. Which creates a new subtotal. And then because we are asked to adopt this so early without final numbers being known, we estimate high in order to basically tell King County the city's intent. That's telling King County that we are asking for our full allotted amount through the new construction if that number changes or any other number within this formula changes. So even though the city does adopt a biennial budget, which is a 2-year budget, so it's the plan for 2025 and 2026, the city can only adopt the property tax on an annual basis because it's projecting for the year forward. So we can build in our intent, and then but the city does have to act. You can put those numbers within your budget with the projection of the intent, but the actual action has to take place every single fall in order for the following year. So then going forward, just again, a little table highlight of what you just saw on the previous slide, highlighting that 34,736. Again, the current levy rate for 2024 is the 0.80429, which is in blue, but it doesn't really show up that differently on this presentation, which is noted for next time. So I will choose a different color to make that highlight out a little better. And then going down to the proposed levy rate for 2025, it's 0.7. So actually through that, you will see that the levy rate is going down. So is going down. And these are again estimated on preliminary adjustments. So the calculation again, so anybody listening to this presentation or wanting the calculation is the assessed value divided by 1,000 times the actual levy rate. So then if we go to the next slide, this is, and I am going to say a very simplified property tax breakdown. There are between each component, as far as the city of Lake Forest Park, our piece of that pie, which is the star trying to highlight it, is 8%. Fires portion is 7%. The library is 3, schools have 62, and King County has 20. So again, I want to state this is, again, a very simplified, this isn't breaking out the difference between a levy rate versus bonds that they have. But in totality, this is a very visual overview stating that when you pay your property taxes, that the city of Lake Forest Park is only receiving 8%. So then going into an overview of the general fund, the city has some ongoing challenges that it seems like through every single year and every single budget season. And I say that even on the mid-buy years, healthcare. Healthcare seems to be an ongoing cost that is increasing, and this year it's increasing over 8%. It's an ongoing challenge, and it affects every single employee that the city has. The municipal court, this is kind of, I'm just highlighting the one-offs, is proposing and requesting to bring in Laserfiche, which is an electronic system in order to basically provide efficiencies within their department. So the goal is to make them paperless in order to get all of their records electronically. But it's a bigger vision for the city. It's not just for the municipal court. It sounds like that also could work for the city. So it's a bigger vision of a one-time purchase and an ongoing annual cost of helping the city move into the electronic and have everything to where it's going towards paperless. As hard as that is for me to say, for those of you who really know me. And going down to the community partners, this is where we, the community partners came back and asked at the beginning of August. Those meetings are recorded. Please go back and listen to them. There's 2 separate meetings that were at the very beginning of August. And the community partners asked for some additional support, which was granted and put into the mayor's preliminary budget. So Shoreline, Lake Forest Park, the senior center asked for an additional, and I will highlight, these are additional numbers. These are not the actual total, and that number can be found in your budget, the total request, but it's an additional 20,000, 10,000 a year. Shore Lake Arts asked for an additional 19,000. Third Place Commons asked for an additional 13,000. And then I broke this out because separately there's 2 community partners that are new that are requesting some funding. So Shoreline Historical Society is an additional, or is requesting to follow the same format that they have for the city of Shoreline, which is asking the city over 2 years to pay for 19,200. Hope Stream is asking for 10,000 a year, which this is a little bit in a category of its own. And I put it up there that these are restricted funds. So as you probably remember over the course, it seems like it's been ongoing, and our city administrator Hill has brought multiple contracts forward for us to agree in order to receive as a city opioid funds, settlement funds. Those funds are that revenue is very restricted, and we can only spend it on items that directly combat that situation. And so when she came forward, this is a way in which the city can use those funds that are highly restricted in order for their intent to be carried through. And then general fund, but general fund and just simply across the entire budget, I'm just going to say inflation costs. The costs of consultants, wages have gone up. Benefits are this insane thing as they're happening internally. I talked at the beginning of this, healthcare costs. It's happening in the private sector too. And when we lean on some consultants for expertise, it's showing up in their costs that they're asking us to pay. Supplies, materials, we've been talking about this for a couple years now, And I will say within this budget of putting it together, the numbers are really actually reflecting on the increase. So then budgeted positions. There's the union, the guild, which we refer to as the guild negotiations, but most people, just making sure that connection, the guild is a union that is directly and just for police. We are currently in negotiations for 2025 and 26. Teamsters Union, that is for our public works. So our maintenance workers, our leads, those employees are part of the Teamsters Union, and we also are in negotiations for 2025 and 2026 for that union in addition. So when we refer to the guild union or police, that is fully funded by the general fund. When we refer to the Teamsters Union, that's split because it's associated with public works. So it's the general fund, it's the street fund, it's the transportation capital, it's the sewer and the surface water fund that's supporting those employees. So then going down to the non-represented employees, that's covering market adjustments in order to stay in line with what's happening. And we do use studies in order to make those evaluations. And it's evaluated specifically by position and title. And so they are definitely not across the board in any way, shape, or form, and very specifically evaluated in that manner. There is cost of living adjustments, which are modest at 3% built in for the non-represented. And then what's currently in the mayor's preliminary is to add a 0.8. It's a human resources specialist. It's very clearly defined, and additional information you can find within the mayor's preliminary budget. So then going into our current HR director has been trying to evaluate to make sure that titles match the actual duties and job performance of what each employee is being asked to do within the city. So it's basically truing up a job description to match so that we're actually truly comparing accurately and have current job descriptions that are reflecting what they do, what each position does. So there's just basically some title changes. And not necessarily associated, these are not like pay, there's no pay changes. And again, within the budget ordinance, the salaries are included within that, and you can go look at that detailed description if you would prefer. So again, the records management, going to just list them, the records management and office support walks into a public records specialist. A receptionist office clerk is now going to be called an administrative specialist. The passport clerk, more accurately, is called a passport acceptance agent. The environmental and sustainability specialist is going to now be called a community programs planner. We are adding within the salary schedule, you will see that there's an associate planner without an FTE increase. We also did something similar in the building department previously, not within this budget. And the goal with that is to make sure that we have levels of which we can hire and support and provide growth through a department that flows appropriately. We are not proposing to do any form of an additional FTE count. It just provides some additional movement internally, or if we found an excellent candidate in the future that you could, we have a little bit more, we have more options on our salary schedule already built in without asking for any type of FTE increase. And then the final one is the lieutenant. The lieutenant title needs to be moved to being called a division commander. And this is being driven actually not internally. This is being driven by moving to NORCOM. So when dispatch goes out and the lieutenants are, the chief is unavailable and they're looking for the second in line to make the call, they keep asking for a higher level position for our lieutenants. And they're like, we're the decision makers if our chief isn't available. And so we're trying to basically comply with their needs and make that change to a division commander so that they understand that what the city of Lake Forest Park is defining as a lieutenant actually is the second in line. And so they give them that level of authority. I hope I said that accurately, looking to the chief. So then going into the proposed sewer rates. So the proposed sewer rates, this is showing, and actually we are asking to adopt through this, or the resolution, excuse me, that's attached in this packet. We are asking to project and adopt the 2025 and the 2026 rates because King County has also provided us with their rate increases for 2025 and 26. So they're proposing to increase their rates, King County, which is why it's broken out into two pieces, is King County directly, the city pays, it's almost a direct pass-through for the wastewater treatment. The city of Lake Forest Park doesn't have a treatment plant. We send it to King County and they handle all of our waste treatment. Then there's the city portion of the rate, which is the smaller portion, but that assists in all of our internal operations, infrastructure, staff, and all of the costs that are associated internally. So it's being proposed that county's portion is increasing at 5.75 in 2025 and 7% in 2026. The city is proposing to increase our internal rate, the smaller portion, at 5% in 25 and 26 in order to keep up with the increasing costs. That in totality is an increase of 5%, or excuse me, 5.5% in 2025 and 6.4% in 26. And then the commercial and multifamily, that's billed on, that matches what their water intake. So it's done a little bit differently versus the single family. So then what's being proposed is basically a monthly increase of $4.24 in 2025, and then $5.20 for 2026. Residents are billed on a bi-monthly basis. That means that their bill will be $161.48. And then the city has a utility tax in addition, which is 6%. All of that is very publicly stated. And so it's going to be $171.16. And so again, in 2026, walking through to $171.88, and then the amount with the utility tax. So then going to the proposed surface water rates, I want to very clearly publicly state this is the only proposed known change from what is out in the preliminary budget. So those numbers are going to change for what's being proposed in this ordinance and this public hearing here. What was proposed in the actual, because we have better information, I'll just state it. We have some additional better information, and so we are mindful that we think that we are able to satisfy what the city is asking to do, and only increase the rate, minimize the rate increase. So what's being proposed within the actual mayor's preliminary budget was an increase of 20%, 10% to support operations, and an additional 10% to support an additional position of which the city needs to hire in order to comply with all of the permit requirements and the ongoing obligations that the city has in order to stay in compliance with our surface water. That being stated, with additional information that has been received since our preliminary budget, we've had a previous meeting where we think that we previously thought it had to be hired at a much higher level. And now we've been informed that it's possible to not have that employee be hired at a senior project manager level, but more along the project manager level, which is a cost savings. So that is, I'm just fully highlighted change. The annual increase for the surface water rates is $40.63 for a single family residential increase. And again, this follows because the surface water rates for all residents that live within the city of Lake Forest Park, it's included on the property tax, and King County helps us receipt that money, those finances. So again, that follows that same system. So even though the city adopts a biennial budget for 2 years, the city will have to adopt the surface water rates similar to the way the city adopts property tax on an annual basis. And so then this chart, which is a little bit challenging, I would imagine, to see from the seats, but it is provided in the packet. It walks through the 2024 rate. It shows the proposed increase of 15%, and it shows the new increase for 2025, and then what it would be for 26 following that same format. Because if the city does hire and support an additional employee to maintain the requirements, permit requirements, and that will be a continued ongoing cost of that additional rate increase, keeping that in mind. And then finally, our proposed 2025 user fee schedule. Every single year, the city evaluates the user fee schedule with the budget as part of, to make sure that we are complying with and showing exactly what our intent is through the sewer rate increase, for the surface water rate increase. And so the sewer rate increase is proposed between the King County's portion and the city of Lake Forest Park's portion at 5.5%. The surface water rate is 15%. The building fees are proposed to increase, and this is just a direct pass through. The rates are increasing from the International Code Council. They're proposing, and I met with our building official prior to his retirement. And so this was his recommendation, was to just increase it exactly what they're increasing it. Even though it is a small amount, it has definitely been this council's desire to make sure that we are making sure that our costs that we are incurring are being captured from our individuals that are building homes within our community, so that we are paying for the services that we are providing. And then the final one is notary services. That is being proposed to increase because of some cost changes associated with that, an additional $5, excuse me, from $10, moving it into $15. And then at this, that actually pretty much concludes my overview. Are there any council questions, comments, requests for clarification?
Thank you, Director Vaughn. Colleagues, questions for Director Vaughn? Councilmember Lebo.
Thank you. Director Vaughn, could you sort of broadly describe the budget deficit in terms of the difference between our revenue and expenditures over the next 2 years? And what are the major drivers? We've talked a little about COVID and others, but really it's, if you would talk in broad terms, what are the major drivers for the budget deficit?
Yes.
And when I say budget deficit, I'm referring to the difference between our anticipated revenue and our proposed expenditures.
Absolutely. So there are a couple things. The city has done, there have been, since I've been here, which is a little over 5 years, constantly the city has had one-time funds that have assisted on the revenue side. Specifically in this, I'm just going to make that statement for a prior comment. within the 2023-24, the city received ARPA funds, which were the additional funds, and that has assisted with, we did support community partners with that, and it has supported us internally. And we've paid for a lot of incredible things out of those funds, which has increased on the revenue side, but they are one-time funds. They are one-time funds, one-time funds, one-time funds. The challenge is that our ongoing costs, being salaries, benefits, and wages, are continuing to increase at a pace that is not being met on the revenue side. When we're estimating our revenues, I'm estimating them very cautiously, being sales tax, et cetera, and they're not increasing at the rate of which our expenditures, there is not one revenue that's increasing at 8%, I can tell you that right now. But yet our expenses for our ongoing and our healthcare costs are increasing at that rate, which this has been an ongoing conversation, and I feel like I'm constantly the bearer of bad news as the finance director, because I'm the one presenting all this information. But at a certain point, if the money coming in is not paying for what's going out, it comes from your unallocated fund balance, which draws down your fund balance. And then you get into a situation where I want to be very careful here. You have your reserves and your minimums requirements, and then you have the delta, and that's what I would define as your unallocated fund balance. So when we draw from that balance, we can only do that so many times before we are into our reserves. And once a city is into your reserves of what they minimally define, and that's 16% based off of an annual, and the way that our city does it is based off the revenue. Once you are into that category, it's alarming. I'm just going to say that. And so as we keep talking about the revenues and those versus the expenditures, we just are trying to avoid that crossover and being so close that we can't make adjustments in order to course correct. That's been the ongoing conversation and the ongoing challenge that we've continued to have. And I also want to probably just take a minute to make note that as certain things come up, and as I listen to continual conversations and comments on our budget, I constantly am hearing ways to be better on showing our information. I'm clear that our consolidated, when we talk about using the funds and the sub-funds, and then I consolidate them and I show them in that manner, it's confusing, period. And so as we've previously talked behind, one-on-one, it's confusing. So we need to break it out. We need to very directly show what we call our true general fund, and then the difference between our sub-funds. And actually, I will touch on that a little bit in our budget amendment conversation, which I didn't think to take that slide and just bring it into the public hearing conversation, but here we are. So again, a note for possibly the next public hearing. So again, I just try to make notes to be better, to look at what we can do differently, how we can display the information differently. And we do need to, on that consolidated schedule, we do very clearly need to show the true, what we define as the true general fund, which is 001, and then all of the sub-funds that on that schedule roll into that fund. Okay. Because it doesn't tell the true story through the numbers, and it is confusing. And we've had that conversation, and I'm working, I guess I'm down one in my team, so it's me on this budget, working to make those changes, to make it more transparent and clearer, through some of the conversations that, to be better and more clear, and continue to try to take this these conversations that take place in order to more transparently show our information that we constantly have conversations and have been having conversations about since August. But make it as clear as possible through the document that's also being presented.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Vaughn. I would also note too that public safety costs, significant increases in dispatch, significant increases in insurance.
Insurance,
jail
jail
costs,
costs have gone through
massive
the roof.
increases.
Just for one brief example, our jail costs, I think it was in like 2020 or 2021 was like 100 and just rough numbers. Don't quote me, because I'm sure I'm going to say this and we don't do math on TV, but here I go. It was about 131,000 and now it's just skyrocketed to where we're budgeting just shy of $1 million for the next 2 years in jail costs. And so we go from 1 year of having it to, I think it's 950,000 is what's being proposed. And I'm back to, we just don't have revenues that are coming in at that level of an increase. And I'm open to hearing suggestions, being a partner, getting clear on the way to show the financials. Because I do see this, we're in this together. We're in this together. And if we can come up with a way, we just know the information, I think, more intimately. And as the director, I guess I listen to these conversations and I'm listening to them very loud and clear in the sense of how can we do better to show the information?
Yes, in addition to that, the other component of trifecta was dispatch services, which went from 80,000 to 200 and I shouldn't do math on TV either, but it's 4x what it was basically previous years. Colleagues, other questions for Director Vaughn? I'm sorry, Councilmember Good.
Should have moved closer to you. Can you explain for our audience here, there are some required changes for things that we didn't have before, and it's causing us to look at having to hire another person. Can you explain that? And also maybe go over how many additional employees that we've had in the last 5 years or 8 years, or appropriate number?
So when you hear the city constantly say unfunded mandates, that is a big, broad from not just one fund. So, and specifically, I will use surface water. We're asking for an additional employee within surface water because of requirements that the city is held to. And we're not any different than the larger cities such as Bellevue and Kirkland. We are held to the same standard, the same requirements, except for with less operating revenue in dollars. And it leads to a big challenge. And so we are trying to we're trying to find ways to stay in compliance, because that's one of the funds that the operating costs as far as maintenance operations has drastically increased. And it's because of the requirements. And we've been, our previous senior project manager has been actually bringing it to council and had been talking about it for a while, saying these costs are just going up significantly at, $150,000, $200,000. Like, this is going to really hit. And we're starting to see those costs actually come through. And so that's the challenge within surface water, the unfunded mandates within police. Our police chief just is not here. I was going to look to him. But again, we've got dispatch, jail. That's not really police. That's more of like the court, legislative. That's judicial. Thank you, not legislative. Judicial side that is driving that. And so, but just unfunded mandates as far as training requirements that we're asked to send our entire police force to. But then there's not additional support in order to asking for all of those additional requirements. And so it leads to just flat a big challenge of where we're being constantly asked to increase our expenditures and meet these requirements, these demands. And it's not just one fund, it's all the funds that it kind of plays into. I don't know how else to say it besides the expenditures continue to increase at a level of which the revenues are not supporting. And that is the challenge. And then you get into the enterprise funds, which I'm not trying to, that's the sewer fund, the surface water fund. Technically, they are called that in my finance world. What that means to the average person, the general public, is that rate that we bring in as a city has to support any expenditure and without waiver. It has to support the expenditures from the revenue that's coming in within that fund. And so what I define that as is a little business. It has to, the money coming in has to support the expenditures going out. And other funds are a little bit different in that manner, but the enterprise funds the rate has to support the fund, which when you think about it, that does make sense. And then those funds are protected in the sense of you can't ask for an additional sewer increase and then support it with streets. That's against the rules, which makes sense if you think about that. So that's, I'll just probably stop there.
Thank you, Director Vaughn. Colleagues, other questions? I did look up the dispatch numbers, just under $1 million. It's up 76%. Colleagues, Councilmember Riddle, I don't want to miss you online. Did you have any questions for Director Vaughn before we open the public hearing?
Thank you for checking in. No, I do not have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues? All right. Thank you very much, Director Vaughn. Appreciate your presentation and your answering the questions. And with that, we will open the public hearing on the preliminary 2025-2026 biennial budget. Let's see, and I do not have the chief here. Matt, would you mind doing the honors? Thank you, sir. Or Lindsay, appreciate that. And it just as a reminder, same rules apply as public comments. You have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please, once again, this is our way here in this community to keep it civil, no name calling, and please do not use labels unless they're Post-it notes. Let's see. First, Mr. Kiefer, you're welcome to join us at the podium. Let's see what? Okay, yes, you do want to speak. There we go.
I don't think I need 3 minutes. It'll probably be pretty short, but you know, all my years in government, it's all about priorities. You know, I like to know, you know, what the priorities are. One thing that I always like to see when I was managing a facility while working in the government, first thing I told accounting, let me see the profit and expense reports. I want to see who's spending money from my operation. And I want to see where my money is coming in. And that's something every one of you can do. You need to get those profit and expense reports and then apply priority to those. One concern I have is professional service contracts. Over the many years that I've been here, you guys really like those professional service contracts. I think you need to get a little more creative yourselves. Instead of hiring these people to do the work, maybe you guys need to do the work. You might learn something. You know, when you have your propositions and everything, when they fail, you always seem to get the grant money. You know, it's amazing. But I'd like to know, how much grant money do you people get? From King County, from the state, from the city of Seattle? How much grant money do you guys get? So I would like to see that on your profit and expense report. Okay, thank you.
Hey, next we have Jack Tonkin. Did you wish to speak again, Jack?
Boy, I'm happy we're talking about this. My favorite subject, the budget. That was a lot of good information that we got. And I think we could do more of it. Because certainly the public doesn't understand it. And I don't think you all understand it either. And so it's a lot of good work. We should do more of it. And in an open forum where we're not limited to the death watch here of 3 minutes. I think this is probably a good time to ask everyone, what are we doing about cutting costs? What do you think we can do? Do we just look for percents across the line with the non-essentials? Do we try to look for things that have been done to us with consequences we didn't realize when we approved things? Case in point would be the water park. We bought that for $5 million and we were celebrating. And I don't think we had any idea at that time what we were going to do with it, except we got one. But you don't have a park, you have a piece of land. And then we started hearing about the consequences. How much is it going to cost to develop this property and make it a park? I don't know what the number is now, but I did hear about $8 million some time ago. Now, I just took a walk to the Kenmore Log Park this afternoon, just for fun. That's a beautiful, beautiful park. I would encourage everybody here to take a walk through that. It's amazing what they did. Now, we're having situations with our park. For example, we don't have any parking. They have 49 stalls. We have none. Where's it going to go? Out here. And it's going to have an impact. The consequences of a decision made are just starting to come to light. Tonight, you're asked to approve another consulting fee. For what? Traffic safety? Now, really? Is there any bridge association here with getting to the water park? Could that be part of your agenda? I don't know, but it seems funny to me that we have finally decided to put a bridge across 522 when we've got this park that nobody can park in. So that's another consequence that you have got to deal with. You didn't do that, but now you've got to deal with it. We didn't do that. So it's not our problem, it's your problem. And what are you going to do about it? And that isn't the end of it. Now you're going to have a consultant do a lot of disclosures for you about what they want to do or you should do or can do for the park in a development. And wait till you see that number. And did you know way back when it was approved for $5 million that we would have to spend 2 or 3 times that to get this thing resolved? And how many people are going to enjoy it? This is a very small parcel. Take a walk and see what Kenmore's got. You can access it right from your foot traffic on the trail. You don't have to drive around and park. You can access it right there, which is close, very close in proximity. I don't think we should ever have done that without taking a walk down there and take a look at what is available to us. for nothing, instead of doing what we're going to have to do. So consequences are something that you need to look at when you say yay to a motion and you start committing yourself to the bucks. And I would encourage you to do more and more of the consequential thinking. And then what can you do to save money instead of how to spend money? You know how to do the former, but you got to work on the latter. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Let's see, Alan Keast, once again. Mr. Keast, welcome.
Thank you, Alan Keast, resident of the city. I'm not going to disagree with the finance director who characterized the fiscal situation as alarming. Let's go with that. If the situation is alarming, and to the extent that it is, the budget before the council doesn't correspond to that. In an alarming fiscal circumstance, would we be looking at a budget that is $3 million in the red over the next 2 years? Do those two things go together? And that proposal before you does not address the wage increases for the two unions over the 2-year period of time. So the city council is going to be set up to do budget amendments and spend further into the red when those wage increases come through. The preferred way to do that is to have a surplus and spend down the surplus when the wages come in. If we are in an alarming circumstance, it's surprising or dissonant to me to see that $690,000 is budgeted for non-mandatory culture and recreational services. These are not required by state law. These are not obligations of the city. And that includes the mayor's proposal to add a new non-mandatory group called the Shoreline Historical Society, $19,200. Community events, now $40,000, a 46% increase in the Arts Council to $60,000 and a $35,200 subsidy to the Shoreline Recreational Program. Does that correspond to an alarming fiscal circumstance? At the same time in this budget, did you notice that the city will fail to spend $6 million of revenue? That's in the transportation traffic safety realm, and it's indeed constricted by the state government. There is a challenge there, but nonetheless, are these things going together? The traffic safety fund the city should consult with the Association of Washington Cities to broaden the use of these funds, and if no way can be found, it should go to its legislative delegation and have the legislators pass a broadening of it if it falls short. The police department camera reviewer, you'll look at that and you'll see there's a struggle. Can we afford to have someone reviewing these traffic cameras? How do we deal with that? It's kind of unresolved in the budget. My suggestion is that be fully funded by the safety fund, and that in the planning department, part or all of a planner be devoted to safety fund issues and funded by the safety fund. Assigned to safety workload, including supervising the safety study of the Transpo group, which is mentioned in the budget. And then evaluate further whether we notice that the mayor was not able to fund the e-bike officer. Well, we should evaluate whether the e-bike officer can be funded by the traffic safety fund. I don't see that can't be done. That should be, so that helps us achieve our city objectives within the various constraints that you have to work with. But there needs to be another glide path here. This budget does not correspond to the alarming fiscal circumstances that we have. And I urge the council to roll up its sleeves and bring those two things together. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Case. We have no one else signed up to give public comment. Is there anyone else in the council chambers that would like to give public comment regarding the proposed biennial budget? Sorry to lose my voice here. Apologies. Okay. No one? All right. With that, we will close the public hearing. And we have the opportunity to respond to a couple of questions that were asked. I can answer a couple of the questions Mr. Keith just raised. The question of the traffic ticket reviewers is going to be funded on a provisional basis based upon the revenues that occur or don't occur from the traffic safety cameras. Additionally, the project manager for traffic active mobility is contingent upon revenues or no revenues. So that is also fully funded. And I can also assure you all that I have spent tens of hours just in the last few weeks talking to legislative delegation about the actual uses that are appropriate for those funds, because we believe they're very restricted. However, we have a compelling need for safety improvements. So we will continue to explore those options and make sure that everything is on the table. Alan, I appreciate your comments. They're thoughtful. There was one other question. The other question since I was the originator of these things, I will respond also to this. December 11th, 2017, conversation with then Senator Frocht is where the origination of the overpass or underpass came about, long before the Lakefront Park ever occurred. It's been something we've been discussing for decades here about pedestrian safety in this community. I know Kenmore has done that as well. It was former Mayor Baker's dream to have a pedestrian overpass in the town center area of Kenmore as well. And we've been talking about it for a very, very long time. So this is nothing that's predicated by the park. Be a good positive addition for community connections from the interurban trail as well as to the Berkman Trail, because right now, currently those are connected on surface streets with sharrows. Director Vaughn, did you have any follow-ups that you wanted to share with us, or
I just want to direct to page numbers even and have it on this recording so people can go directly to it. Out on the website, on the preliminary budget, you will see the projected revenues for the Traffic Safety Fund on page 32. And then there's an actual narrative and an expenditure overview on page 85 that directly breaks out what the city's intent is on that fund. And it clearly basically states that it's going to pay for salaries for the court. And this is what we know as of now. Again, this is very new in its creation, and that actually is later on the agenda. So that's in my next presentation. And so we have the court, police salaries, the traffic camera fees, which we have to pay, some professional services, which you'll see there's no line item there. And then the goal of using funds for the traffic calming, as we've very publicly been stating. But there's the actual breakdown on the expenditure side and the revenue. And again, I will just use the very big disclaimer in there that these are estimated numbers because we don't have, because it's so new and we're asking for the creation right now, that there's always a disclaimer to be very cautious on what that might look like because we don't have actual data. So.
Thank you, Director Vaughn. And on point, I would just say that already in the period of time since we activated the new cameras under the state's authority that was granted to us, courts and PD are very busy to process those citations. We expect the trend is going to continue, which is challenging because we were hoping people would slow down and there wouldn't be those kinds of situations. But the average speed has gone from just below 32 miles an hour down to just above 24 miles an hour. So the success is in the numbers. It works. I don't care about the revenue. It honestly, if it comes, it comes. But the reality is people are safer for it. And on point, the professional services agreement tonight, Resolution 1974, authorizing the mayor to sign a professional services agreement with Transpo Group, is specifically about traffic safety and the addition of whatever cameras that are authorized under state statute for our state routes, in addition to some other components as well. Colleagues, any other questions or follow-ups so we can get these things out and not have them hanging over our heads? Yes, Councilor Good.
How many unfunded mandates have come down? I mean, because people might not know. So,
That is a fantastic question.
because I think
Um,
if we
and
identify.
I'm looking to City Administrator Hill to help me, and I'm not sure that we could even say a number right out the gate. But it seems to be ongoing. I know there have been, I mean, just for police alone, sorry, police department, but here we go. Training, just the requirements. Then for a while, we were asked to pay for, I'm just buying my city administrator a minute of time. We were asked to pay for, Chief, I'm looking to you, the academy. We were asked to pay for the academy. And so these are things that previously have been paid for in support and that have changed. Then we had the requirements for culverts. We've had, go ahead, training.
Yeah, I'll just jump in on a few items, and this is from a presentation later tonight. But as far as unfunded mandates, you know, if you look at it that way, the stormwater,
bet.
NPDES, National Pollution Discharge, and I can't remember the rest of it. But anyway, that is a federally handed down to the state, handed down to the county, handed down to the city, and we have to comply with those. That amount increases every year. We pay hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in consultants to comply with that. It's going up another $55,000 next year as more federal regulations come down. Unfunded, you know, Bothell deciding no longer to do dispatch for the city. And that went from, as the mayor mentioned earlier, $80,000 roughly a year to $283,560 a year. We've seen jail services go up 3-4-fold, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Public defenders, which were required to provide by law, we just this last year had to add an additional $30,000 to cover that. And then just one I wanted to cover, we dealt with it in the 23-24 biennium, where our Washington City Insurance Authority, and you've seen this in your own rates, 43% increase for auto physical damage, 28% for property damage, an impact of $109,000 a year. These are real dollars. They add up quickly. And when your revenues increase by 1% here and there, you can't keep up.
Thank you, Administrator Hill. I would just say, well, let me back up for a second. Any other questions or comments, colleagues? Actually, we're supposed to be addressing questions from the community to clarification. And one final clarification I would make is that I believe that many other jurisdictions too have been relying on one-time funds, REIT, real estate excise tax, ARPA funds, CARES funds from the federal government. As the pandemic wound down, many of the jurisdictions, including the county, found themselves in a place where they realize that their costs have increased dramatically and they're passing through to the rest of us. Surface water rates and those kinds of things, we have to charge what the services require us to input into the system. And so similarly, from the sewer standpoint, it's a pass through directly. It is increases in rates from the county. And I would say that there were a number of folks here on this dais that fought with the county over, I believe it was between 20 and 27% increase in the first year alone. And we were able to get them down to the place of out of the heart attack zone into a 5% per annum kind of increase, which is still very unpalatable for everyone. But it was an onerous lift that they were talking about putting on the backs of our citizens. So there's a lot here. And I think with that, Vice Chair Furtoni, please.
One thing I would like to point out is we are not unique as a city in this regard. Many cities are having difficulties. In fact, I think it's fair to say almost all cities are having the same problems. Isn't that true? Either Administrator Hill or Director Vaughn?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm just going to state that this is, if you start paying attention to the news and start listening to what's going on at other cities, we are not unique in this sense that there are just some very big challenges. I think it's Edmonds came out on the news saying that they've got some very big challenges. I know Issaquah is looking to, I think, lay off 11 people. I just spoke directly with this year. Yeah. So
Yeah.
and so when challenges, when expenditures, when the revenues are not supporting the expenditures and you start operating as lean as cities have become through the pandemic, any place there was to cut, quote unquote, it's been identified. I'm just going to say that it's been identified and the belts have been tightened. And that is why you're going to start hearing that cities, counties don't have any place else to go except for staff. And that's the challenge. I am going to also blanket statement say that that's not what this city is proposing. We have some challenges. Yes, we're acknowledging them very publicly. But that is not what this city is proposing because we already operate on such a lean FTE count, full-time, I shouldn't do that, sorry. A very lean employee count. We're already asking our staff to stretch in so many ways and do a very large bandwidth of work and constantly, this city has an elite team. I'm just going to say it. We have a great staff. So, and the challenge is to keep them and it's hard. The leaner we get, the more that we ask them to do. And it's a challenge just internally. So can I say one thing that pivots to maybe something kind of good? Because this is,
Please go right ahead.
I'm gonna pivot to one thing that makes me happy for that finance, I think, and the council and we have done acknowledging is that we did diversify our investments. We have done what we can do internally to ask our money to work for us. We have done some, made some differences. And if you look back at the interest numbers, I want to just highlight that. It's the one thing that we do on the revenue side that actually has made a real difference through the financials on the revenue that hits absolutely every single fund that the city does have. And so we've gotten creative. We've done what we can do. And so I just want to highlight that it's not that the city is in a position to where we're asking for more when we haven't tried to, I should not use the word tried. We have looked at, evaluated, and implemented and are seeing the work from those changes on the revenue side. And so I just want to highlight that because prior to this budget and those changes, those interest numbers were very, and that's due to the market and a lot of variable factors in addition. But I just want to highlight some of those in addition because it's some days harder than others, but I do try to find the good and the positive in situations.
Thank you, Director Vaughn. Couple other things, and I will end this conversation on a positive note as well. We did many years ago increase the level of our reserves as required, our policies from considerably lower level than the 16% that we have in our financial policies now. That is why we're able to weather the storms we've been able to weather. This goes back 13 years now. It was hard fought to get to that level of 16%, and we've done a very good job of staying within our means with that regard and make sure we have a rainy day fund and balances to keep us going. The other thing I would say is a very positive thing. The questions that you all have raised tonight, which are very thoughtful, illustrates to us that we need to continue to have engagement and have education so people can understand the subtleties of this budget. It's very complicated. There's not a lot of change, honestly, since the previous biennium. Honestly, as sitting new in this chair, when Director Vaughn and Administrator Hill came to me and said, guess what? There's not a lot that we can do. I mean, nothing really new. I was a little disappointed, but at the same time, the community is expecting us to continue to look for places that we can economize and make things better. Operational efficiencies are a priority, hence the laser fiche. That is a very important investment in our future. There are some other operational efficiencies that we're looking for, and there are other places that we welcome suggestions for everyone in that regard. Colleagues, any other final thoughts? And let's move on. We've had Chief Cowan waiting very patiently in the wings here. Hopefully he doesn't ask us for more money. Okay, thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Director Vaughn. Chief Cowan, please join us. Mr. Cowan is going to be talking about the Shoreline Fire Department Regional Fire Authority ballot measure, which I understand is coming up next early next year. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you. I want more money. No, I know you have a very full budget or agenda tonight. So I'll try to be brief. With some permission, I'd love to come back with a full presentation, and I'll have more data and some slides later next month or even early December. But I want to start off by sharing with you a little bit of my journey as to where we're at here today. For me, joining the fire service, I was playing a practice round of golf and a Cessna crashed on the hole that I was playing when I was a teenager. And I tried to help. I didn't know what to do. And that led me to, when I was 18, to start volunteering. Never really actually thought that I'd pursue fire service as a career. I was volunteering for a couple of summers when I was going to school. When I graduated, I started volunteering and working part-time in Issaquah. And then in an epiphany, I was like, I really like this. I really wanted to get back to my community. That's why I started volunteering. We are public servants. We serve the public. And that has served me well through my career as I started off as a firefighter and then rose up through the ranks. And that shifted from running on fire calls and EMS calls and serving that way. But as I took on more responsibility, it shifted to supporting the people that I supervised. And then as I became an executive level chief and then a fire chief, it was making sure not only that I was supporting all of the people that work for the department, but that I serve the public. And now I have a different responsibility. I still think of myself as a firefighter, just with extra management responsibilities, but I don't mean any offense to any of the firefighters either. So, but my point is that I take it very seriously about making sure that we're not only supporting our firefighters, but that I can stand in front of you, I can stand in front of any of our residents, my elected boards, and make sure that we're doing the best possible with the money that we have and providing the highest level of service. And that's why I'm here today, is to talk about our regional fire authority. I want to start off too by saying thank you for the support with the lid lift that I was here 2 or 3 months ago. And I think I set the hook a little bit and said that I was going to come back and start talking about the regional fire authority. It's not the best timing to have, it's not back to back with close ballot measures, but we needed that lid lift to make sure that we were in a good financial place for 2025 and that we could prepare for this RFA. The RFA is similar to a fire district. It's a special purpose special purpose district, but it operates very similar to a fire district. And I'm very familiar with that I've worked in fire districts my entire time as a professional firefighter, as a full-time firefighter. But it operates like a fire district, very similar to how we do it. There are other regionalization, models. I believe that this one has some of the best benefits that I'll talk about towards the end. But the priority for me, the priority has to be about maintaining or improving levels of service. If we can do that and save money, that's great. That's a bonus that can be either provide relief to our taxpayers or reinvested in improving those levels of service, or both, depending. But bigger isn't always better. We need to make sure that we're focusing on the levels of service. And so I say that because it's important that we keep that in the front of our, if you're in a dire straits and you're looking at having to shut down fire stations or brown out fire stations or rigs, then finances might be a much higher priority. But in this case, it's not. We've done a lot of things that to provide the efficiencies and to set up for long-term sustainability, which I'll talk about in a second. Quickly, what we're talking about doing is putting a ballot measure on February of next year for a regional fire authority between North Shore and Shoreline. This will be a vote of all 3 communities. It'll take a supermajority vote because a regional fire authority is like starting all fresh, all anew with a new fire department. Even though the Legacy North Shore Fire Department and Shoreline Fire Departments both have fire benefit charges, for example. When we start with a new RFA, it's a new fire department. That fire benefit charge requires a supermajority vote for the first vote. Thereafter, it just takes a simple majority, but for the first one, it takes a supermajority. So this is not a new thought. It's not a new trend to look at regional fire authorities. It's been done much better in other states, California, Oregon, even in counties around King County, outside of King County, you're starting to see a lot of this movement. If you look back at 60, 70 years ago, when there was literally 50 fire stations or fire departments in King County 60, 70 years ago. Shoreline has a little 4 on our patch. We were Fire District 4. I've also been part of Fire District 49. So King County Fire District 49. So you wouldn't design our fire departments around the county the way they were originally designed now. And that's what you're seeing. And like Director Vaughn was talking about with the financial constraints of being more efficient, you don't have a lot of efficiencies when you look at a 2 or 3 station fire department anymore. And that's why you're seeing some of these things. And it can be accomplished in different ways. For us, we started this process a couple of years ago with the interlocal agreement, a contract between the North Shore Fire Department and the Shoreline Fire, and we got a huge amount of efficiencies out of it. Not all of them, and I'll talk a little bit about where we can continue, but we improved a lot. All of the North Shore Fire Department employees came over to Shoreline. We were able to gain, let's just say, 95.4% of the efficiencies. We still have that 4.6%, or that we still have some of those efficiencies that still can be gained. But we did a lot of these steps, to set up for this regional fire authority. That was the first step. And a regional fire authority, if you were to put it in an analogy of, we're engaged. We're trying to get married. We're trying to solidify the relationship and have a long-term future and sustainability. So as we talk about some of these benefits and so forth under the interlocal agreement, which there were a ton, some of the biggest ones for me was that we were able to staff an aid car just right across the street here, or parking lot, and that allowed a peak hour aid car, and that allowed us to start doing transports for all of the patients that we saw, higher levels of service continuity care, faster transports. We were able to also start staffing up the rescue unit out of Kenmore. We just really leveled up on that earlier this year. But there's expanded fire marshal capabilities. We started doing investigations and inspections again. We've also been able to improve the fleet and facility management and maintenance. Shoreline has mechanics. We specialize in working on apparatus. You think that with the cost that we spend on those things that they would last longer, but we try to get as many years as we can out of them, but that requires preventive maintenance and people that know what they're doing. Same with some of the facilities, getting in there and being preventative, making the repairs that were necessary. And one of the things that was really nice for the Shoreline side of this contract, this relationship, was that we got greater depth with our administrative staff. When we brought over the North Shore personnel, I had single point failures in finance. I had, just one person that was doing finances, and that allowed us to expand the depth of what we were doing administratively. So some of the financial savings was that we gained or saved about $1.4 million annually in combining the departments. We were also able, through that transports that I just mentioned, we were able to access more funds from the federal government through it's called the GEMT, Ground Emergency Medical Transport Program. We're also able to bill insurance companies for transporting patients. Instead of paying money to an ambulance company that their headquarters is in Texas or wherever, the insurance companies are paying off, and now we're reinvesting that money, locally. And then we're also able to, I mentioned the preventative maintenance and all that. There was a big challenge for us as I got more accustomed to what was going on in our fire stations here in Lake Forest Park and Kenmore. of being able to upstaff or not upstaff, but uplift on some of the repairs and that had been delayed or ignored or deferred for such a long time. And that's cost a lot and it's cost a lot this year, and it'll be for the next few years as well, but we're catching up. And that gives us long-term better financial savings, and, so we don't have to do emergency repairs and pay overtime and so forth. So as far as the building on our ILA successes, the service improvements, I've already mentioned some of them, but one of the things that the RFA will allow us to do is, as I mentioned, is actually cement that relationship. And when we're all working better cohesively as one unit with the firefighters and with the same culture and so forth, we don't even know some of the improvements that we can that we're hoping to gain and that we can't even recognize at this point. We also will have a better flexibility and efficient use of our personnel and the apparatus. We won't have to worry about who bought the apparatus and keeping it within local jurisdictions. We can flex and move, apparatus and people around to better, address our operational needs, and also be able to provide better use of our apparatus by balancing the use and not having one rig get beat up because it can't get moved from a busy station to a slower station. We've already mentioned that we've got a rescue unit in Kenmore that didn't really roll anywhere for about 20 years. And now we're actually running on a lot of calls now out of that station. I've focused personnel there with TRT, Technical Rescue Training, and they're responding not only to incidents here in Lake Forest Park and Kenmore and Bothell, Shoreline, but it's a regional asset. And we're going to improve on that in a couple more years when we get the next rescue. And then we also have better pooling of resources. Through a formalized relationship, we get to leverage the economies of scale. We get to be able to, when we're working on our WSRB, the Washington State Rating Bureau, I may have mentioned at the last meeting, it was really exciting for us last year. We were rated at a class 2 fire department. We dropped from a 3 to a 2, which puts us in the top 2% of the departments in the state. That also is a realized savings, especially for commercial and multifamily owners, but even for homeowners on their insurance rates. You get a much better rating, the lower you're down. It's kind of counterintuitive. Class 1's the best. Seattle just went there, and they're the only ones in the state. So the RFA, 98% we're estimating now, just like Commissioner Director Bond was talking about. I have very preliminary forecast numbers. But what it's looking like is that 98% of our property owners will see a reduction in, so I'm not asking for money, I'm actually going to show some reduction in the overall revenues that are contributed to the fire department through the tax levy and through the fire benefit charge. 98%, 100%, all of our homeowners will. The commercial and multifamilies, there's a couple percent there that are going to pay more. And part of that is because I told you that we've got a lot of efficiencies through ILA. There's still some more financial savings. There's about $200,000 in annual savings that we can get. We can also look at our liability and our reserves that we maintain, and we can look at pooling those resources and potentially reinvest those reserves in either the levels of service and or buying down the levy rate, if that makes sense. So, and again, that class 2 rating is super important for us because it's got financial savings to everybody, but it also allows us to, when we look for grants, when we look for other opportunities for revenues, or like one of the things that we're talking about doing is potentially trying to get a fire rescue boat on Lake Washington, things like that. That relationship helps us become a better applicant for some of those other opportunities. One of the things I'm super excited about, I'll just say it, it's selfish. It would be really nice to not have multiple boards to manage, multiple budgets, resolutions, cultures, so forth. This has a trickle down impact on a lot of my administrative staff where we're still duplicating efforts. The ILA eliminated the need for 2 fire chiefs, but because we still have 2 different fire districts, we still have those budgets and all those other things. And I mean no offense to my electeds, it's not that, it's just, when you have multiple meetings and all that, you're just not being efficient. We could probably save some of my staff is overworked, and if we don't fix this, then I'm gonna have to hire more people. But if we do the RFA, then those efficiencies come and I can save even more money by not hiring additional people. And that trickles down to my administrative director and everybody else as well. The one big thing, and I mentioned this at the beginning, one of the biggest reasons that we're pushing for the regional fire authority and not continuing with the ILA, the contract, or some other model, is because we heard it from all of our residents, our voters, our electeds, everybody that weighed in on this. They want local input. They want to have that governance model where you can have that representation, and the regional fire authority does that. We have designed it so that both fire districts, the North Shore and Shoreline fire districts, that both have 5 elected fire commissioners, that we will join them together in a board of 10 to start with. I don't know if I really like 10, but we're going to start there, and then we'll through attrition we'll probably pare it down. But as we pare it down, it'll be equal representation. So it will start with 5 from the Legacy North Shore Fire Department and the Shoreline Fire Department. And so we'll have equal representation, so that so Lake Forest Park and Kenmore, perspectives are represented just along with Shoreline. And that representation on that governing board will be an improvement over what the North Shore Board is able to do now, because they don't have a seat at a strategic level over the Shoreline Fire Department. I have the my Shoreline Board of Commissioners. They manage, the strategic level. The North Shore Board of Commissioners, they make sure that I'm doing my job, managing the ILA, managing the levels of service within, Lake Forest Park and Kenmore, making purchases of apparatus and things like that. And they have input, but they don't have oversight. They don't have strategic oversight of the Shoreline Fire Department. So I actually look at this as a better representation, not only equal, but a better representation, in the long term as we move forward. The future changes to that board would require a majority vote too. I just want to make sure that that's important, because it's not something that can just be done, on a whim. So, and then the last thing I was going to say was that the RFA, as I mentioned before, it's like getting married. It ensures that our relationship is there. It gives us a commitment to the long term so that we can invest, further in our cultural, in meshing the cultures and being able to do some of those other improvements. It allows us to leverage economies of scale better and to be able to protect that WSRB rating and so forth. I'm trying to be quick, but we have a big public meeting that we're pushing for on Monday. I would invite anybody that's interested. Most people have left. It's on Monday at 6 o'clock at Station 51 in Kenmore. There's more information on our website. That's got a button. You just click the button, takes you to some FAQs. It shows our draft RFA plan. I'm in the process of finishing my budget. I'm pretty close. I'm hoping tomorrow. So over the next couple of weeks, you'll start seeing more of the actual data and some of those financial savings. We are looking at being able to reduce the overall levy rate, the equivalent levy rate with the fire benefit charge and the fire tax levy. So we're really excited about it.
Great.
So do you
Thank you,
have any
Chief.
questions?
Appreciate it.
10 minutes.
Colleagues, questions for Chief Cowan? Councilmember Lebo.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Chief Cowan. Help me understand, what's the difference between a regional fire authority or fire district or a fire department? As an example, a fire department says that's the fire department. They represent an area, the taxpayers. So how is a regional fire authority different than, say, it just becomes one fire department?
Okay. So I'll start with what a fire, people use different terms. I'll try and explain it in that a fire department a lot of times is referred to as like a municipal fire department, which means it's a city run. It's a division of the city. A good example is Bothell. So that the Bothell Fire Department is a division of the city. It's funded by the city. It doesn't have its own taxing authority, et cetera, et cetera. A fire district is not tied to a city. It has its own taxing authority. Fire department, they answer to the city council or city manager, depending. But a fire district, I answer to my elected board of commissioners. it's a lot more work because I don't have the support of a city to run the fire department, but I actually like it more because I have, you know, you can call me I don't micromanage, but I do like to be able to have a say in the fate of the fire department. And so being a fire district it's a lot more work on the fire chief, but we have a lot more authority as
Autonomy?
Autonomy, yeah. And so the North Shore Fire Department was King County Fire District 16. And it captured both Lake Forest Park and Kenmore. Shoreline was King County Fire District 4. Most cities started getting out of the fire business, and that's why you see fire districts. Although with the regional fire authorities and other, you know, regionalization, you're starting to see less and less fire departments. And just even in our area, we're some of the last fire districts because, you know, Bothel's municipal, Kirkland's municipal, Redmond's municipal, Bellevue, those are municipal fire departments. So, but a regional fire authority can be a joining of fire districts and or fire departments, municipal fire departments. And so it comes together, and again, it's starting new, and it operates very, very similarly to a fire district. It has an elected board, and the elected board can include, you know, different sets of electeds. It doesn't have to be what we designed it for, with the 5 and 5 becoming 10. It could be at large. It could be, we could set it up at 5 total or 7. A regional fire authority has a lot more flexibility. I could have 17. Again, not advocating for that, but it operates very similar to a fire district with those elected boards, but it's a joining of those. And I didn't mention it, but one of the benefits, we have to have a supermajority to pass the initial vote and a simple majority to reauthorize, you know, the fire benefit charge or anything like that. But also, if any other fire departments want to join that RFA, that regional fire authority, then it would only take a simple majority for them to join as well. It's just that very initial vote because of the fire benefit charge. So it gives us better, you know, if say, you know, another fire department wanted to join, it would allow us to even expand further with those efficiencies.
Thank you. As a follow-up, you mentioned that initially under this proposal that the North Shore and the Shoreline would have a combined board of the 10 commissioners. Is there any thought that going forward, as you reduce it, that perhaps it would be done voting by district? District referring to a regional area. As so, would we look in, say, 5 or 7 years to see that all the commissioners for the regional fire authority live in Shoreline, as an example?
It would certainly be a lot simpler to do it that way.
Which way?
To just leave it at large.
Okay.
And we could have formed it that way instead of doing 5 and 5. We could have just said,
yeah,
it's going to be a board of 7 at large, doesn't matter where it is. It could be 7 from Lake Forest Park or Shoreline or a combination there. We designed it this way to ensure that there was representation from the different communities and to do the best job of making sure that there was equal representation. In the future, the governing board could decide to go away from that model and go to at large. But then again, you know, it'll probably depend a lot on what is important as far as the representation. Over the long term, as things kind of homogenize and all that, it may not be that important in the future, but for now, it was very important to both boards and the people that we spoke with.
Please, John.
Thank you. So as I understand, the regional fire authority gives you in essence, the greatest flexibility, as well as having the sort of direct autonomy as a fire regional authority, but it also could in future incorporate or have merged with other municipal fire departments.
They could absorb into the RFA.
And, but you talk about efficiency. So in the long term, is there a sort of strategy to get larger? Because and I don't mean this in any way disrespectful, but fire service might be thought of as a commodity, meaning that you provide the same level of service everywhere. And I don't mean that in any disrespectful way, but that you're providing a level of service that is consistent across a regional area.
Right. So again, regional fire, regionalization as a whole is not new. This has been around for the North End here for decades. I've been the fire chief now in Shoreline for about 11 and a half years. And it was talked about before I even got here. It's been very robustly had a conversation since then. And there was a lot of movement, and you may recall, if you were aware of it, there was a regional fire authority movement between actually all four: Shoreline, North Shore, Bothell, and Woodinville were all talking at one point. And then there was some, I won't get into some of it went back and forth, and it was pretty convoluted. But at one point, we were all talking about trying to form one fire department, because not only were we contiguous and right next to each other, but we were very similar with our demographics and the service levels that we provided. I take very seriously about making sure those levels of service are consistent, to your point or question, consistent across all of this, all of our communities. That's not to say if you go out to Duval or someplace out in the east part of the county that you're going to get the same level that you get provided here, but you also have a different level of expectations, a different level of taxation, and so forth. And so, as we look at regionalization as a whole, whether it's RFA or ILAs or whatever, you have to look at that consistency of approach, making sure that you're representing everybody. In this case, I think that there's the possibility that Bothell might be interested in joining the RFA in the future. But right now, I'm just focusing on what we have in front of us, which is the RFA with North Shore.
Thank you. And you guys do a great job. Fabulous.
Thank you. Well, thank you. I'll take all the credit.
Vice Chair Furtani.
So.
Yes, and I appreciate your presentation, and we really appreciate your service and your commitment to providing service. And I think also my colleague just asked you all a really intense question, so I've got the softball.
Oh,
What's the name of the new RFA proposed to be?
that's not a softball question. Okay, so one of the things that we discussed when we were doing the ILA a couple of years ago of potentially rebranding at that point, and this is actually an example too of that commitment when you go to an RFA, a contract, and even an RFA can get dissolved, but the ILA, the contract that we have with North Shore, said a 2-year out, 2 or 3 year out. And it can be dissolved. So when we talked about the ILA, we were talking about, do we want to rebrand? And we're like, no, because it's a contract. And well, there's a number of factors. First of all, the North Shore employees, I thought that they wouldn't be real happy about becoming Shoreline employees. They actually really were, or the feedback that at least that they shared with me is that they really were. But even more importantly than that, our boards discussed it, and they decided that because it was a contract and it could be dissolved fairly easily with some notice, that rebranding, because it's expensive too, rebranding was not the right way to go. And there was always that possibility. I mentioned it. I don't want to dwell or focus on anything in the future, but there's the possibility of another fire department maybe joining. That would be the time likely to look at rebranding. So if we do this RFA, we will, it's in our plan, actually. We'll still be the Shoreline Fire Department, just under an RFA, not an ILA. And then if we look at, and if whether another department comes on in the future or not, the fact that we're an RFA, if there's a decision not to, we may rebrand even if somebody doesn't join, or another department if they don't join. We may choose to rebrand at that point because we'll be married.
You could call it Shore Lake Kenbo.
Oh, you would not
maybe
believe,
a movie there too.
you would not believe some of the names that I heard that are being thrown out. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Goldman.
Yeah, thanks. I had a bunch of questions, and then you answered most of them in your presentation, and then Councilmember Lebo asked the rest of them. I remember a couple of years ago, the community had a very spirited discussion about the ILA in the first place, and I know we were considering either Woodinville or Shoreline. Ultimately, I think the evidence says that we made a good decision.
I think you did.
That's not pejorative against Woodinville. I know certain staff live in Woodinville. But I think we made a good decision, and I think that's something to really emphasize, is that the levels of service that Lake Forest Park and Kenmore are seeing today are comparable, if not better, than the levels of service that we were seeing a few years ago. And so it's cohabitating has worked well. So I think marriage is the next logical step.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, and that's a testimonial to our guys and gals that are actually doing the work. And I would agree. I skipped over a lot of some of those tangible levels of service improvements and the things. We've seen a lot of great collaboration and we're really excited about the more that we can do, and, you know, the better that we can do, the efficiencies and so forth. So thanks for the support.
Colleagues, other questions for Chief Cowan? Well, thanks, Chief. We will.
Thank you so much.
Look forward to seeing you again in the very
Yeah,
near future.
late November, early December would be great. All of this is gonna, the plan, we have that meeting, like I mentioned, on Monday. And then after that input, we'll be finishing up the formalization of our RFA plan, which then goes back to each of the boards for approval. And then assuming that everybody's still happy and approving that, then I collect all that documentation and get it to the county in early December, again, for a February vote. So as we get through the rest of this next month, I'll be able to present some slides and some more data for you.
Sweet. Thank you, Chief. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you
for
so
us.
much.
Sure appreciate it. Colleagues, we're just over 3 hours into this adventure in democracy. I want to take your temperature. I think we can go do the Regional Homelessness Authority and then take a 5-minute recess. Yes, and so Mr. Herbig and colleague, please join us. Thank you for your patience. You're fortunate you're not last on the agenda because we'll probably be here for a couple more hours.
Yes, we do appreciate that because I was
Welcome
looking
to
at
you
your
both.
agenda and it is aggressive, your agenda. You have many things on there.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for having us tonight, Mayor and council members. Just for the record, my name is Nigel Herbig. I'm the Intergovernmental Relations Manager at the King County Regional Homelessness Authority. With me is Abby Anderson, who is a planning coordinator. Tonight, we're going to cover a few things. Do we control those slides here? No?
There
Yes.
you go.
So tonight, we're going to cover a few things. We're going to give you some updates on leadership changes that we have had at the authority. We're going to run through the the North King County Interlocal Agreement Annual Report. We'll talk about severe weather, both how it went last winter and summer and our plans for the upcoming winter. And then finally, we'll be talking a little bit about funding recommendations for 2025. So on the leadership update front, we are really excited to finally have a permanent CEO. We went a year with interim CEOs. So Dr. Kelly Kinnison started in August as our new permanent CEO. We're really excited to have her. She comes from Housing and Human Services in DC. She has really great experience navigating the federal government, and she's really eager to bring that experience to KCRHA. And like I said, after a year of interim CEOs, speaking for myself, and I think a lot of staff, we're really happy to have steady leadership and watching as she builds out the rest of her leadership team. We have Irene Augustin, who joined us around the same time as Dr. Kinnison as our new permanent Chief Programs Officer. She comes to us with 20 years of human services experience. She came to us from Baltimore, where she was the director of the Mayor's Office of Homelessness Services. Before that, she was the director of coordinated entry and problem solving for the city and county of San Francisco. James Rouse is our new permanent Chief Financial Officer. He's been with us for a while in a temporary capacity, but we're very lucky to have him move into a permanent capacity. And then we have a couple other folks who have joined. Dr. Monica Gross joined us to be our Director of Planning and Special Projects. She comes from Alaska and brings a lot of experience with severe weather. As you can imagine, the weather's a little bit more severe in Alaska. I was talking with her today and she said that right about now is when people would start dying outside in Alaska. So, yeah. And we also have Arlene Hampton, who joined us this summer as the Director of homeless investments and oversees all of our contracts with our providers. She comes out of the provider world. So that is, and then we are in the process of hiring a Deputy CEO, a Chief of Equity and Impact, and a Chief of External Affairs. But those should all be in place really soon, and we will have a full leadership suite, which will, from an employee standpoint, for the whole organization, we're all very excited about that. I'm going to turn it over to Abby.
Thanks, Nigel. Thanks for having us tonight. I am going to talk a little bit about the North King County Annual Report that you all should have received in your agenda packets tonight. So this report goes over some background of the interlocal agreement between the North King County cities and KCRHA. We have some funding information, just mostly on the admin overview and then the city investments for 23 and 24. And this report is actually already a little bit outdated as we already have funding recommendations for the next biennium. It also goes over some North King County system data, some of which we'll share with you tonight, and then the sub-regional implementation plan and severe weather, as Nigel mentioned. Starting with some key accomplishments that are highlighted throughout this report. Want to highlight that our technical assistance, so all invoices have either been paid or in progress of being paid. We do have staff and provider connections. We have contract monitor set up for all programs through the North King County ILA. They help monitor and support with both technical assistance and any sort of funding or other items that providers might be needing. We are in the process of transferring all of our grants management to Salesforce, which would help streamline communication, funding, sort of all processes needed with that contracts. And then we also have just completed a big inventory enhancement project through HMIS, which stands for the Homeless Management Information System. All providers that have access to HMS, which are all providers receiving funding from us, now will be able to see a daily update of shelter availability. And so that is an exciting way to sort of immediately connect folks to make sure we don't have vacancies sitting for longer than a day in our shelter systems. And then we have the North King County Severe Weather Shelter, which has been a huge win. And Lake Forest Park has provided some funding for that for the first time. So we're super grateful. I'll have some data and more information on that later on. And finally, we have local experts from the North King County region informing all of our bodies of work, notably through the Urban Human Services Alliance and the North King County Coalition on Homelessness, which KCRHA has staff attending on a regular basis, and we're always receiving and open to feedback and input from those bodies. All right, there's always room for improvement. So we want to bring a few items to you all tonight from KCRHA's perspective on things we can improve to make this ILA and the services in North King County even more smooth. So the first is, of course, improving and increasing funding for services, especially as mentioned earlier, one-time funding is a really big topic of conversation. We want to make sure we are not approaching too many funding cliffs without prior preparation to make sure those services can continue. We want to implement more tailored programming with a focus on sub-regional areas, particularly North King County, looking at what the gaps are in the systems up here and how we can fill those gaps, particularly thinking about outreach and then subpopulation specific services. We want to continue to engage within the system. So doing outreach for ongoing planning, especially as we think about system redesign of how we're going to potentially re-procure contracts throughout KCRHA and throughout King County. Finally, we want to make sure we're widening the provider pool through outreach from KCRHA and input from the communities, both the NUSA and the coalition that I mentioned earlier, to again fill those needed gaps throughout the system. All of this is very interconnected, right? So tailored programming for North King County, redesigning the system to fill those gaps, and then needing to widen the provider pool to increase our capacity. Finally, as the severe weather response has been a huge win in North King County, there's also a lot of ways we can see it being improved, notably co-locating a severe weather shelter with existing services to help foster matches. So that's not just a one-night thing, but really getting folks connected to the broader system. Also having seasonal shelter that's open every night throughout the winter has been a really big goal of KCRHA's and something that we're looking at for future years. And then finally, wanting to establish transportation partnerships so that folks can get to the severe weather shelter. In North King County, there is only one severe weather shelter, but it's a big region. So we want to make sure that we're thinking about how folks can connect with those services. All right. Apologies, this is a little hard to read, but I can read out any numbers that might be needed. We wanted to provide some program performance data for you. These are all of the providers or programs that are funded through North King County cities. And so you can see that there has been a bit of a decline from 2021 to 2022. And that is largely due to the emergency housing vouchers that we received from the federal government. That was a really successful program. King County had one of the most successful programs across the country in distributing those. And because those were such an amazing resource and we were so successful, the exits to permanent housing were inflated for those 2 years. The 2024 numbers are representative of through September, the end of September, and they are on track to likely meet, but also likely outpace the 2023 numbers. And so we're encouraged to see that there should not be a meaningful difference come the end of the year in those. All right. So severe weather shelter. This is data from just January through March of this year. January was when the severe weather shelter finally stood up using professional dollars and money from the 5 North King County cities. As you all might know, the severe weather shelter had been operating in prior years, but this is the first time that it has been funded through all 5 cities and professionally staffed. It was a relatively light winter, yet we still opened for 15 nights and served exactly 155 guests. They provided 310 meals. 2 clients received move-in assistance, which is huge. This is it's really challenging sometimes to connect folks in a crisis mode during severe weather to permanent housing. And so we're really encouraged to see 2 clients getting that assistance. And then we were able to provide 14 transportation support rides, and all individuals entering the shelter received shelter referrals and supplies such as blankets, water, things like that. I don't have a slide on this, but this year we are on track to have the severe weather shelter begin activation as soon as November 1st through March 31st of 2025. So unlike this past year, we will be open for the whole winter. It is not a seasonal shelter. The shelter will activate according to thresholds for KCRHA's severe weather policy. The staffing will remain the same staffing provided through Urban League, and the location will also remain the same at St. Dunstan's. So we also work closely with the shelter and providers and cities to help get the word out about the severe weather shelters. The most important thing, especially given it's not a seasonal shelter, is making sure folks know when it's open and where to go and how to get connected. Our website is updated usually twice daily during an activation. We also post all of the open severe weather shelters and other existing services to social media. We have newsletters that go out on a near daily basis. And then we've also noticed, especially last year, that a lot of local news outlets in North King County picked up information around the shelter. These are just some screenshots from our social media, from our website, and then the flyer that the city of Shoreline helped to create for the North King shelter in particular. The QR code on that slide will take you directly to KCRHA's severe weather page, which has countywide resources and lets folks know when we're in activation. Finally, there was some underspend from the light winter we had, and so Urban League was willing to extend their services and operated during some extreme heat events that we had this past summer. They did a cooling canopy, which is seen here, and it was not as successful as they had hoped, so they were willing to quickly pivot and do some outreach in the area to hand out water and other cooling supplies to folks that they found experiencing homelessness in the area. So we're super appreciative of Urban League, and we're super happy to be able to provide that resource for the community this year. All right, this is our last slide. Topic of the night, funding. So we have released a memo to you all about funding recommendations. And then we also have a memo to all 5 North King County cities around funding for the next year and the next biennium. The required amount in the interlocal agreement is $120 per capita. The number that we're using is 2024 numbers, brings you to a little over 16,400 and some change. All ongoing contracts through this interlocal agreement will receive a 3% inflation adjustment. So should you choose to continue the funding for the severe weather shelter, then that contract would be subject to the 3% inflation adjustment. If you choose to spend it elsewhere, then it would be a new contract and wouldn't be subject to that. So last year, Lake Forest Park provided $16,344 for severe weather. Again, should you choose to do that this year, there would be a 3% adjustment inflation, bringing you a little over 16,800. I understand that it's likely going to be discussed at a different time, but we just wanted to present these numbers to you while we were here. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you so much, both of you. Colleagues, friends, you have questions for our guests here? Let's start with Councilmember Goldman.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. So I kind of wanted to talk, if you go back a few slides to the numbers for the severe weather shelter.
Yeah.
And I kind of wanted to get your take. So you served 155 people, of which it looks like roughly 16 got kind of further services. I suppose my question is, how do you feel, the primary goal is severe weather, but in terms of 10% of people getting additional services, I mean, it feels a little low to me. I mean, what would your benchmark be for that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have the data in front of me on our other shelters, although I will say that 2 clients getting move-in assistance is, at least in my tenure with KCRHA, relatively unheard of. And so we're actually very excited about that number in particular, even though it's only 2 folks, it's 2 folks that got access to shelter. And with the scarcity of vacant beds in the county, even having those available on that night to help move folks into is a pretty big win in our boat. I think the transportation support I identified as a needed improvement for severe weather. And that's something that we've had a lot of conversations with other transportation providers like HopeLink around. And so that's something that we know needs to be improved, especially given the number of folks that are coming in. We've also heard that folks are coming from all over the county. And so that's another focus for us, is making sure that the rest of the county has severe weather services so that folks don't have to travel all the way up to North King County for this shelter. So I also will call out that all of the guests received food and service referrals to various services that could mean shelter, it could mean housing or behavioral health, those kinds of services.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Furton.
I wanted to thank you both for the presentation and for the incredible work you really do for our community. And one of the things I wanted to ask was a question I often get from constituents here is, we don't have homeless in Lake Forest Park. Is there a way to, clearly we don't have, the encampments, for instance, Seattle does, but what's a way to characterize what the unhoused people in Lake Forest Park are doing, in terms of how they're getting housing?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have the annual point in time count. And while we won't be able to disaggregate those numbers by city specifically, we're just not confident enough in the confidence intervals to want to release those by each city. We will have numbers available for all of North King County. And we're also going to have demographic information broken down by each subregion as well. So we will have some sort of concrete data that's not specific to Lake Forest Park in general. The other thing that we can do is through the homelessness management information system, we can pull the place that folks identified as their last permanent housing or city of last residence. They're actually 2 different numbers. We can pull both of them for you all and share those numbers with you. It is a little bit of, it's not 100% accurate, as that only captures people who are accessing the system, which we know is not every person experiencing homelessness. So those are the 2 sort of like data systems we have that we can offer to you all.
Absolutely, yeah, please.
And sort of following up on that, then, Shoreline College has recently opened, at least in part, a place where you can place unhoused people. Are you working with them? Because anecdotally, I teach at a community college, and the students who identify themselves as unhoused are saying that they're couch surfing, essentially. So you don't see them on the street, but at the same time, they're not in permanent housing of any kind. So I think the fact that the colleges, including North Seattle College, are also basically beginning to develop this kind of housing. Are you working with them to kind of direct people towards there?
Yeah, good question. I am currently not, but I've only been working in North King County for about a month, as my colleague Mallory vacated her role with KCRHA. And so that's something I'd be happy to follow up on. I know that we do have relationships with other community colleges in the county and their sort of staff that are focused on homelessness services. So I'd be really happy to engage with you further and see if we can make a contact there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Furtoni, and on point two, if I recall correctly, recent count was there was close to 70 unhoused students in the Shoreline School District.
Wow.
And those two are hidden unhoused folks and families that need support. Colleagues, other questions for the team? Okay. Well, thank you so much for your patience in coming. You can always see Mr. Herbig, what is it, Tuesdays presiding?
Mondays.
Mondays, thank you.
You know, actually, if I can go back to the previous point really briefly, I would say too, that King County has a very high number of folks, especially folks with kids that are living in cars that are kind of invisible to a lot of folks.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to miss those folks and not see them as you're walking around. So that's just something to keep in mind. Something like, I think it's half of our unsheltered folks are living in vehicles in King County. So that's just something to keep in mind. It's not just the folks that you see in the park. It's a lot of families are holed up in their Corolla, you know, getting their kids to school every day. So
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you both for all the hard work you do for all of us and for the people that need the support.
Thank
Yeah. Okay, colleagues, let's take I'm sorry, Shelley, we need to take a 5-minute recess. We've been going for a little while. Recess for 5 minutes. Please be aware of the time, folks, so we don't go too late, which we're always, oh, gosh. Forget. Okay, everyone, and we are reconvening our meeting. I'll call it back to order. And with that, we're moving on to our very patient friend from Gordon Thomas Honeywell, Shelley Helder. Thank you for your patience, Shelley. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It is good to be with you this evening, and I have just been re-energized with some candy, so I am good to go. So, as the mayor said, I have the privilege of serving City of Lake Forest Park as your state lobbyist. And this evening, I'm here to provide some information and help prepare the city for the upcoming legislative session. So, here we go. Oops. This is what I plan to cover in the presentation. I'm going to start with an overview of some of the best practices when it comes to developing a successful legislative agenda. And then a quick reminder of the successes we've had when we've used those strategies. I'll transition to looking ahead at the city's draft legislative priorities. And I'll wrap up by talking about next steps, and then look forward to hearing any questions or comments you all have. So one of the things that I think is important to do every once in a while is to get back to the basics. Remember, what are the best practices when it comes to developing a legislative agenda? And the first one is to develop a biennial agenda. And this is something that the city has been doing since we began working with you all, is to adopt an agenda that aligns with the state's 2-year budget cycle. The second is to develop a really focused agenda. So this means that you have to choose your top 3 to 5 priorities. And this is because legislators have very limited bandwidth during even the long 105-day session. It's very limited bandwidth. And so you as a council identifying what the top priorities are for the city allows your legislators to then go and advance those issues specifically. It's also good to consider both the state budget context as well as the state political context. And that's doing both of those things sets up appropriate expectations as you develop your priorities. And then for funding requests specifically, it's becoming more and more necessary to apply to grant programs before going to the legislature for an earmark. That didn't always used to be the case, but it is more so because the legislature has created more grant programs. And so with the creation of every new grant program, there's an expectation amongst budget writers that communities apply for those grants before coming and asking for an earmark. It's also ideal if the state funding is the last dollar into a project. That's because that increases the chance that there's going to be a tangible public benefit in the near term. Sometimes communities ask the state for funding for a project that still has a pretty significant funding gap, and it takes several more years to meet that gap. And then in the meantime, the state funding is sitting there waiting to be spent. State budget writers really want to see the last dollar in so that when they issue bonds for money, they know that money is immediately being produced for a public good. And then finally, funding requests are most successful when they have really strong community support. So anything that is controversial or divisive, we do not advise as setting as a priority. So these are all strategies that the city has implemented over the last several years. Our firm, Gordon Thomas Honeywell, began contracting with the city in 2015. And so over almost 10 years, there has been a little over $5.5 million brought back to Lake Forest Park via the earmark process. So this is in addition to competitive grants that the city has applied for. And my math is not great, but I calculated that's roughly $15 for every $1 spent on lobbying service. So just a 15-to-1 return on investment. And I would be remiss if I didn't note that the consistency of this funding coming to the city is because the city has developed priorities using best practices, and you've had a legislative delegation that has been engaged to want to learn what the city's priorities are and then have gone to Olympia and advocated for them. We can use all the best strategies in the world, and if you don't have legislators that care about the issues that are important to you, it's really difficult to achieve them. So I say that just to note the value of developing and growing relationships with our state legislators. So with that, I'll provide a kind of brief overview of what we expect in the 2025 session. I mentioned it is a long session. It's going to be 105 days. The legislature's primary goal is to develop their 3 biennial budgets. The state has 3 budgets: the operating, transportation, and capital budget. The state's fiscal year runs from July 1 through June 30th. So July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2027. So when we're developing the 2-year legislative agenda, we call it the 25-26 legislative agenda. But when you're talking about state budgets, it's the 25-27 budget. So in case you see those numbers interchange, they're not typos, they're intentional. Your legislative agenda is tracking the calendar year. The budget is the fiscal year. In addition to the budgets, they will consider thousands of policy bills, and inevitably, I imagine several hundred will pass if it's anything like years prior. The budget context for the state is pretty similar to a lot of governments. The revenue forecast in September came back. Current budget revenues are down a little over 500 million, which doesn't sound like that much in the grand scheme of things for the state budget. And realistically, this current state budget can accommodate that amount. The challenge is projecting into the future the projected shortfall for the upcoming budget based on forecasts for not just revenue, but also caseloads, which are essentially the things that drive the costs for the state. It's about $5 billion for the upcoming biennium, and the state has an obligation to balance their budget on a 4-year basis. So over the 4-year horizon, it's estimated to be a $9 billion budget. And I have this noted later in the screen, but that estimate is before there's any impacts from potential revenue through initiatives passing or not passing. So that's just as things stand currently. That's the operating side of things. On the transportation side, transportation budget has been one of the most constrained budgets for the last many years, with declining gas tax revenue, but transportation needs continuing to increase. The way the legislature has managed the transportation budget is to pass a revenue package every couple of years. And that's because transportation revenues at the state level are essentially spoken for before we even get to the new budget. So I know that conversations are already beginning about a new revenue package. If I had to guess, I don't think it would pass in 2025. It usually takes several years to come together. But I do know that conversations will be happening, and it's important to engage in those conversations from the beginning. The capital budget is the smallest of the state's three budgets, and it is a function of the size of the operating budget. So if the operating budget grows, the capital budget grows. There are some statutory obligations that the state has that are going to increase the size of the operating budget, but we're hearing that the size of the capital budget is not expected to grow at the rate it has in years past. So there is capital funding opportunity. It's just not going to be as large as it has been previously. I mentioned there are three initiatives. There's actually 4 initiatives on the ballot, but 3 of them have potential to have significant effects on state revenue. So that's yet to be seen what the actual numbers will be. There's not likely to be a shift in the political majorities in the Senate or in the House and the Senate. Democrats will still hold the majority. The question at this point is how great of a majority. There is a chance for both House and Senate to obtain a supermajority, which is significant because that's the amount of vote that's needed for the state to incur debt. Following an election, there's a restructuring of the House and Senate committees. And so in late November, early December, we'll see the new committee assignments. Both the House and Senate decide who the committee chairs will be, who will serve on the committees, and what issues those committees will address. So before I begin describing the city's draft legislative agenda, I want to note that these priorities have been developed with input from the Legislative Steering Committee, and I'm very intentionally calling them draft priorities because the hope is that we would receive feedback from you all to know if these are the correct priorities. So the first draft priority is a capital funding request for $1 million for the lakefront property. And it's important to note that the city has already applied for several grants for this project. One of the grants was through the State Recreation Conservation Office. The city was ranked below the anticipated funding level. Ideally, we would have been ranked above it, but simply being on that list is really important. I mentioned earlier that applying to grants has become somewhat of a prerequisite. Having applied for the RCO grant, even though we're below the list, is essentially checking the box for that requirement. We're still working on the specifics of this request in terms of making it compelling for the state because the funding gap is larger than $1 million. So this wouldn't be the last dollar in. But I feel confident that this is a compelling request for the legislature. To set realistic expectations, the city has received capital budget awards of greater than $1 million in the past, but $1 million award for a park project is ambitious. But I think it's still worth asking. Just want everyone to know that it's going to be a heavy lift. The next draft priority is something that we've had on the agenda for several sessions now, and that is to complete the funding for the State Route 104 roundabout. Our request has fluctuated over the years based on what the funding gap has been, but we've remained committed to a request of the state to partner with us in this. It's been a challenging request to achieve because of the state's transportation budget condition. We don't anticipate there to be any necessarily new revenue within the 2025 budget. But I still think that this makes sense to continue to prioritize because the need is still exists. And with the funding gap being a little over $1 million, I think that's something that could realistically be achieved within the current budget context. The next draft priority is similar in that it's focused on transportation needs, and it's particularly the need for multimodal connections on State Route 104. As of 2022, the state, there's a state law that requires any WSDOT improvement on a state highway that costs more than $500,000 to implement complete streets principles. And so we know that WSDOT is scheduled in the future to do maintenance along State Route 104, and that would trigger then complete streets improvements. We've learned that WSDOT doesn't have the funding to do the maintenance as well as the complete streets improvements. And so our request of the legislature is to provide $16 million to WSDOT to do the maintenance and to adhere to the law that they passed to make those pedestrian, bicyclist amenities available along State Route 104 within city limits. I want to be really specific about that. State Route 104 has a long distance, and I want to make sure that folks recognize that that 16 million is only within city limits. So finally, last but certainly not least, given tonight's conversation, is a focus on the city's financial challenges. Historically, we've pushed for an adjustment to the 1% cap on property tax growth, but this year we're highlighting that alone is not enough. Even with an adjustment of the cap on the property tax, there needs to be other resources provided to cities to help meet budget shortfalls, because that cap year over year has compounded. This is also a priority for the Association of Washington Cities. One of the additional ideas that they are planning to bring forward is a request for an increase in direct distribution to cities via the Municipal Criminal Justice Assistance Account. So it's just one of the ideas that's percolating right now. So, following the input from you all this evening, we will make adjustments to the draft priorities. The hope would be that we would approve the legislative agenda, maybe hopefully sometime in November. Once we know what the city's priorities are, then we will meet with the first district legislators to brief them on those priorities and essentially equip them with the relevant information that they need to then go and represent the city well in Olympia. New and returning legislators will go to Olympia for legislative committee days, December 9th through 13th. I like to think of it a little bit like back to school night for the legislature. It's the unofficial beginning of the state legislative session, and it's kind of the preview of what is to come. The session starts on January 13th. And following the start of session, it would be great to have a group of folks from the city come down and visit with our legislators during the session. I know the Association of Washington Cities has city action days scheduled for I think late February. I would just put a plug that we should find a time separate from that. I know it's a long drive, but we always tend to get a little bit more attention from legislators when it's not that week, because that week is it's a really difficult week for them because it's policy cutoff. So I will work with city staff to make sure that we find a good day and day that works for whoever's interested in joining, and looking forward to seeing you all down there. With that, I am happy to answer any questions.
Colleagues, questions for Ms. Helder? Wow. You have them speechless, Shelley. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Goldman.
Yeah, so something I noticed with the city's legislative agenda, they're all funding items. Is that deliberate, or are there, did the legislative steering committee talk about any sort of policy bills that the city was interested in?
So it's a good question. One of the reasons that we're focused on funding is because I don't anticipate all of our funding requests being secured. And we're targeting capital and transportation, because I think those are where the greatest potential lie in this upcoming session. And I think partly as a consultant to the city, I want to make sure that we're getting a good return on investment for the city. If a policy change could result in that financial benefit for the city, I think that's definitely something we would want to look at. I think the one policy area that we discussed that could fit that category is revenue from traffic safety cameras. And so that's referenced on the agenda at the bottom under other policy positions.
Thank you, Councilor Goldman. Colleagues, other questions for Ms. Helder? Okay. If you have questions or comments about legislative agenda, please send them to us, and we'll be bringing this back to council in a final form for approval sometime in the coming month. So thank you so much for your
Thank you.
patience. I know you have a very long drive ahead of you, so
Thank you.
be safe. Thank you, Shelley. Okay, colleagues, we are at that fun time of the evening when we get to do things, one thing very quickly and expeditiously. I entertain a motion for adoption of the consent calendar minus item F.
So moved?
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adopt the consent calendar minus item F as amended, I should say. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays? The ayes have it. Thank you, council, very much. Wow, amazing. We just did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items in 30 seconds. Administrator Hill, we're talking about resolution 24/1976, authorizing the mayor to sign the interlocal agreement for the regional emergency management known as the North Shore Emergency Management Coalition.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try and take this marathon and we'll do a little sprinting now. You got us going, so we'll see how long we can keep moving fast.
Passing the baton.
The current interlocal agreement between the cities of Kenmore, Lake Forest Park, and the Fire District and the North Shore Utility District was entered into back on November 8th of 2018. During the succeeding 6 years, there's been a lot of changes in organizations. Kenmore has grown in size substantially, come into their own as a city. North Shore Utility District has seen a lot of changes, and as you heard tonight from Chief Cowan, the Fire District has changed. Going forward, we have been put on notice that North Shore Utility District will no longer be continuing as part of NEMCO. It doesn't fit their needs anymore. City of Kenmore is going to use the 2025 calendar year to explore not only staying a member of NEMCO, but other options that might better serve their community. And the Fire District has informed us that while they're committed to staying a member of NEMCO, it really is a city function. And so as they've expanded and they have more internal provisions for emergency management, they need less participation in NEMCO. And so what you see in the proposed contract is North Shore Utility District comes out, the participation from the Fire District goes down, and that results in the founding cities of Kenmore and Lake Forest Park of paying substantially more in the upcoming biennium. The two cities will realize an increase from 47,528 in 2024 to 83,861 in 2025. The nuance of this ILA is only for 1 year. And it would terminate at the end of 2025. And then any assets would be split among the member cities based on, if one city owns something, they take it with them. If it was bought, then it would be dispersed at a pro rata share based on the contract. One thing I can tell you is that we're not sitting idly by. We are reaching out to other communities to look at maybe some other options for NEMCO going forward. You never want to be a city that does not train and plan for an emergency, because as soon as you do, something will happen and you'll be left flat-footed and your residents are wondering what the hell happened. So that's me trying to make it as brief as possible. Do you have any specific questions? It's not asked to take action on this tonight. If we get this done by the December 12th meeting, we're in good shape. I just wanted to get this before you tonight and see if you have any questions on the draft contract. Attorney Pratt has been through it, as have I, and the city of Kenmore and their legal staff. So any questions that you have for us tonight, we can address before bringing it back to you.
Vice Chair Furchin.
So thank you, Administrator Hill, for bringing this to our attention. And I have no problem with the ILA itself, but it's what happens afterwards that concerns me to some degree. For instance, we have actually amateur ham radio operators that would act as essentially a communication system in the event of a severe emergency. I thought NEMCO was coordinating their efforts.
Yeah.
What would happen to something that's intangible like that? And I dig what's happening with the tangible assets, but what about the intangibles?
Those are the same things that we worry about. Those are the same things that we've met as a board to have discussions with those who are leaving or contemplating leaving. What happens to CERT? What happens to the ham radio operators? There's a whole network there, and how do you maintain that? A lot of people put a lot of time and effort into helping take care of their community in an emergency. And that's why we're exploring other options with surrounding jurisdictions. If Kenmore's out, how do we, as one of the founding cities, find a way to keep this thing put together? We can't bear the entire cost. We don't have the staff to handle it. But what can we put together to make sure that all of those, as you say, intangibles, remain, available to the city if there's an emergency?
And so as a follow-up, are we looking at places like Briar? Can we cross the county line and making these partnerships?
Yeah, I think we could cross county lines. We've done that. If you think about the ILA for Racer, Bothell crosses county lines. Yeah, but as far as the details, I'll save those for later.
Thank you. Colleagues, other questions for, yes, Councilmember Holt.
Yes, thanks. Maybe it's because it's after 10 o'clock, but I'm going to do something strange and make a sports analogy.
Okay.
Nemco is the Pac-12 and we're Wazoo.
Oh,
I say that as a Husky, which it's late, but basically.
Well, there are definitely jokes in here. I'm gonna save them for later. But
I don't see this as sustainable. I mean, it's too soon, you know, we can't really pull out with this short notice. So I think 1 year is reasonable, but even if Kenmore comes to the decision that they want to stay in, I don't know that it's feasible for it to be just us and Kenmore with the lion's share, because without the utility district, without most of the fire district, it just seems like, you know, it's just an extra burden when our budget is already stretched tight. So even if Kenmore decides to stay in, I think we should still look at other options.
yeah. Oh, we definitely will be exploring other options. And I have already reached out to the city manager there that I want to be involved in their process, at least, be able to tune in or come to meetings, see what their consultant's looking at. They are hiring a consultant to help them walk through this.
Councilmember Lebo.
Thank you for the presentation. What do our neighbors to the west do? Shoreline.
Shoreline, I've talked to Shoreline in the past. They originally passed on the proposal. They might be interested at discussing that again. They have an emergency manager on staff. They do not have enough staff for their own efforts. There's a possibility we could join with them.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, other questions for Administrator Hill? Co will be bringing this back at least 2 more times. Okay, thank you, Administrator Hill. And
Just gonna stay here.
yeah, you can just stay right there. Resolution 24, 1979, authorizing the mayor to sign the retaining wall maintenance and replacement agreement between the Washington State Department of Transportation and the city of Lake Forest Park.
So you remember in July of 2023, the council adopted chapter 12.50 retaining walls in the Lake Forest Park Municipal Code, and references the retaining wall design standards dated July 27th, 2023. We did this in response to a few things. We have our own projects as well as state projects coming through the city that are going to require retaining walls where we currently have landscaping. And we just want to make sure that what we end up with met some design standard beyond the standard that WashDOT has, which is called fractured fin, and it's not much to look at. After we went through that, we staff working with WashDOT. So let me back up a little bit. While this is a Sound Transit project, they're going to build the wall. Ultimately, the wall will be owned by WashDOT. It's within their right of way. And for us to get over the hump to have Sound Transit build what the city wants per our code, we as the city have to take over the long-term maintenance and inspections of that wall. So as you remember from the details back in the day, and it's included in your packet, is, there's a drainage ditch at the top for the wall that needs to be maintained to make sure it doesn't get clogged up so that everything drains properly. There's the fence that for the homeowners where we don't have the wall with WashDOT's fencing on top, and then this no man's land, and then the fencing for the residents. We negotiated that to where it all is combined in one spot. That then requires our staff, our public works staff, to go in and do those inspections. WashDOT was not willing to do that. They kind of like these corridors. They can just drive up and down and do inspections. So requires a little bit more effort on our staff's part to go in and do these inspections. And then any small repairs, and there was a lot of discussion between small or minor, and we finally landed on small with our legal staff. pushing that effort with WashDOT. You know, a small blemish, you know, somebody hits the wall, it's nothing structural to the wall, it just needs to be patched, that's on the city. Major repairs and failure of the wall then is on WashDOT. And so what's contained in this agreement, and you'll see that there's, from when we were discussing this originally, as one of the exhibits is the drawing of what the wall looks like, how it's constructed. It identifies who's responsible for what. It identifies the planting pockets where there will be the vines, et cetera, that grow to help green the wall. Is all detailed. This entire agreement is what it took us to get to have that wall that you saw back during that time built. So I will stand for any questions that you may have on this. And this same thing applies to the roundabout and the walls that we're doing up there. Katie is
Council.
well aware.
Questions for Administrator Hill? Yeah, Councilor Lebo.
Thank you. Is there any estimate on what you might see on an annual basis, either for inspection or maintenance? I would assume over the first few years, it's going to be negligible.
It is.
And then are we responsible for the landscape that's in the pockets?
Or it's actually living.
Yeah.
Or I don't believe we are responsible for it surviving. I'm gonna have to look that one up. You caught me on that one.
So long, keep it alive for so long, and then it will be ours.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, that's right.
So it needs to get established. Thank you.
And back to your first question, you know, we anticipated as we looked at this, there won't be a lot of staff time, a lot of cost. One of the sticking points we had on this was WashDOT just referring to their standard manuals. We kept asking them, you know, what do you want? How often do you want these inspections? And we got no answer. And so as it says in the agenda cover, we will put together our own standard operating procedures, submit that to WashDOT. You know, we'll conduct, you know, inspections every year or every 6 months, whatever we propose to them, to get them to sign off on that. And so that we know what level we're being held to, so that somebody can't point and say, you know, we didn't define it and we say you didn't do it, so now it's on you.
Councilor Good.
So for the wall pockets and the survivability, I know that there are going to be plantings, but what about watering them? I know that that was a discussion early on, but how are they going to live if they don't get watered? Just curious.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could you make sure you have your mic on?
We did include in the packet that what is in the code for maintaining.
It's under the design standards, 2B1, or I. Preferences that, and this is what the city put into code at the time, and the standards is preferences, permanent irrigation and be installed for the vine pockets as shown in figure D. When they're supported by an irrigation system, they can be spaced 10 feet apart. If they're not providing an irrigation system, it's 6 to 8 feet apart. And I believe the time frame was 5 years, three or 5 years, that they have to.
And that's in the code itself. And we did have someone from PACE help us with this, trying to make it so that, you know, it would work. So we did talk to landscape person.
I'm understanding that there will be irrigation in the design pocket.
It actually, there's a preference for it, but it's not actually required by the code.
Okay. So we
There
don't
was
know.
kind of the carrot and the stick. If you provide irrigation, you can space them out more, it's less cost to, you know, and you expect more robust growth if they are irrigated. If they aren't irrigated, it's going to take longer for them to grow. And so then the spacing gets closer together. That's what's in the code. And so in this agreement, we can't require anything beyond what's in the code.
Got it. So we don't know what we'd get.
As far as irrigation, yeah, until they build it.
Got it.
We do have the 100% design drawings. Matt's been working with Sound Transit, we've had trouble with the access to that. It's a SharePoint file. And so we're just now starting, PACE is actually reviewing that on behalf of the city. So, but I think this is initial reviews just on the stations. So we haven't gotten to that point yet.
That's real good. Bolton, excuse me.
Yeah, thinking long-term, will this agreement set a bit of an example for the roundabout? Like, or will there be a similar negotiation with WashDOT regarding retaining walls for the roundabout project?
I believe those walls are outside of the right of way.
Yeah.
And so that we don't have to negotiate that with WashDOT
Okay, so those walls are 100%
on
ours.
city property, correct? We just have to negotiate with ourselves.
Good question. Thank you. Councilmember Furtado.
Thanks, and appreciate the update on the what happened with our ordinance. Just a question I had on I think the most common damages are going to be is literally graffiti. Is that considered to be small damage then?
Yeah, I believe we're on the hook for cleaning the graffiti.
Okay.
And we've had discussions. We have companies that we contract with that come in and clean graffiti for us. We have that problem now elsewhere in the city.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Alex, any other questions for Administrator Hill on this topic? Okay, with that, we're going to bring Administrator Hill back up to the podium. Oh, wait a minute, you're already up here. For resolution 24/1978, authorizing the mayor to sign a professional services agreement for 2025-2026 state legislative advocacy services with Gordon Thomas Honeywell Government Relations.
And since Ms. Helder just presented to you, I won't give you the background. You just had that. But what I will bring to your attention is that the proposed contract does include a 3% inflation adjustment over the current contract. The annual fee is $38,940, which is 3% above the 23-24 contract. We see this standard on every contract, is that cost of living adjustment. And then under the fiscal implications, that has been captured within the mayor's proposed budget at that funding level. So you've heard the benefits, you heard the ROI. I don't know if you have any additional questions on this. And this is not for action tonight either.
My friends, questions, additional questions or comments? Councilmember Goldman.
Yep, so a few weeks ago, I was highly skeptical, and with the shape our budget was in, I was, suggesting that this be something that gets dropped. I do appreciate you including the various funding that we've gotten, and so that's been fairly convincing that there is indeed a good ROI, and so I'm willing to continue on as long as we continue to see that a level of ROI.
I just wanted to make a point. We didn't touch it when Shelley was here, but the request for the roundabout, the reason that one's still in there is because we're still going to the Transportation Improvement Board for that up to additional $1 million. If we do not get it, I think, that's a good thing to ask the legislature. We've got some other things in our back pocket. If nobody wants to give us any money, there's some options because it is traffic safety. So.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Colleagues, any other questions on this topic? Okay.
I think I get to sit down.
You get to sit down for a minute. And then with that, we're moving on to Director Vaughn is going to guide us through the first touches on a whole series of things. So this is your, this is the dry run, so to speak, right, Lindsay? For the actual November 7th meeting.
Yes. So I guess, yeah, it is the start of all of the items on the actual budget. I wonder if I could would it be all right to just ask if there are any questions to cover all these and
Colleagues, what's your pleasure?
just being aware of time? Or do we want to go through them?
No. No, my question, I'm sorry. No.
Okay, my internal filter's not working either, Paul. Go right ahead.
I don't have a question about the budget because I think you guys have done a really great job on the budget. I just think that based on the community input that we had is that we have to do a better job of outreach. And I don't know, I know that that we're working on that, but I think that it's not soon enough. Because I think that you change some minds here. This is a really important group to change their mind. So I think that the questions you ended up answering the second and third time and the fourth time were really good, but maybe putting it out in print so everybody else can hear it would be great.
Absolutely. I definitely, listening to the feedback tonight, I definitely, we've identified where we're falling short on the communication front through the document, and I'm hearing it loud and clear. And so we will make changes in order to fix that and try to present it in a more in a fashion that just the residents can comprehend and understand, and leave all of our language that we communicate behind the scenes with out of it as best as we possibly can, just to make it so just. And so I definitely heard that feedback tonight, and we'll be taking it and trying to implement it in our next round of the budget.
Councilmember on point. Thank you for that. Two of the members that made public comment tonight submitted some written comments, questions to us over the weekend.
Yes.
And Director Vaughn and Mr. Hill and I have taken a look at them, and we will be trying to respond to some of those questions, not only to them, but to the broader community to make sure. And there's some other informational pieces that I think we can get out there as well to help answer some of these questions. The questions that were asked tonight were very thoughtful about some of the details. And I noticed as we responded to those questions, there was a lot of sort of aha moments and then let's move on.
Yeah.
So we need to continue that pace and help our community understand where we are.
Awesome. Thank you.
Colleagues, yeah. Councilmember Fertoni.
I'm going to probably tread some ground that we've already tread before, but with the updated numbers, it looks like the ending fund balance for the general fund is only down $500,000, as opposed to it potentially having been down over $1.5 million. Does that mean we've pushed out our fiscal cliff, or is this just an artifact of just updating the budget?
Yeah, we're just gonna need to update the budget, yes, because of what's coming up next. At some point on this agenda is the budget amendment that we're addressing, if that's what you're referring to.
It was a more broad question in the sense that, we had been projecting in our 6-year look forward that the two lines, the revenue expenditure line was going to cross, right? Or actually it was going to cross the 16% line. Have we put that off more into the future, or is it still on course for when it was going to hit?
I don't know that we've pushed it off too much further in the future. In that sense, because expenditures, even though we've grown our fund balance, the cost of all of our expenditures is going up at a much higher rate than we originally anticipated. So even though we are having these additional one-time funds increasing our actual balance within the beginning fund balance, ending fund balance being in 2024, beginning in 2025. So those numbers are exactly the same. So with that being said, because we've increased that number, the expenditures are just increasing at a much higher rate than the escalation factors that we've used in the past. So I don't know that we're pushing it off, because even though we've grown that delta as far as the unallocated fund balance, we're using it quicker. So it's not really pushing it out further.
Yeah, the slope is just getting steeper.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
Got it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Councilman. Good question. Let's see. So where are we, folks? Lindsay, questions? You want me to just go down through each of these items and just list off the topics?
Yes, so the ordinance, the 24-1297, amending the budget, and that is where you're going to find basically the city's overall proposal of the projected, and I want to make sure that everybody's clear that those numbers are projections. their projection of a beginning fund balance, and then the built-in budget of the revenue, the expenditure, and walking through to the projected ending fund balance. Within within that ordinance, there is the 2 salary schedules, preliminary from 2025 and 2026, with a pretty clear outline of the union's negotiations. So that is not being discussed. There's some name changes, new positions, everything's attempted to be very clear and identified as far as any form of changes. What?
Should be the amending the previous budget first.
Oh, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's late.
It's
okay.
late. I
It's okay.
apologize.
Thank you. I was.
Thank you, Matt, for
Just-
reeling me in. We have a presentation.
Let's back up.
Whoops, I totally, that's
So we're
on me.
taking a look at B 24-1297, amending the 2023-2024 budget, and we will move on to the next phase.
have to-
shortly.
yes.
You're just
My bad.
you're just trying to
My
get to November
apologies.
7th early. It's all right.
Don't ask me what time I woke up this morning. Okay, budget amendment. Do you want to pull up that presentation? Thank you for reeling me in. Whew. So let's just go straight into the budget amendment. Now that I'm on the right
go.
ordinance. Yikes. Okay, so then going into the adjustments, we're just gonna go through really quick. The adjustments for the general fund, we're proposing to increase the rest of the ARPA funds in order to close that fund out and finish it out. And then going down to the traffic safety fund, Fund 002, we're proposing to create that fund, which is also an ordinance 24-1298, that ordinance is proposing to create a new fund, which will do that. And then the fund needs to be created. And in addition, the budget on the revenue and the expenditure side needs to be allocated. So that being said, we need to allocate both of that fund, create it, and allocate the budget so that we can receive into it within 2024. And that's really important because you have to have those allocated by the end of December 31st by state law. So then going to the traffic safety fund, this is for the future public hearings. I will go ahead and take a copy of this and make sure that this slide makes it into that presentation in addition. But the financial organization structure, this is directly screenshots out of your budget on page 14. So the organizational chart. So you have your general fund, and then you have the sub funds. And I went ahead showing that the squared fund, that's our main general fund. The traffic safety fund is a sub fund. That is this chart and this graph of general to sub funds. That is the direct confusion on the consolidated schedule. This is the problem right here. So we need to break it out. We need to take the general fund and put it over here. And we need to take all the circle sub funds, and then there's gonna be 2 columns. So that's coming. And then going to the next line of adjustments, we need to go ahead and allocate within the capital improvement fund, the Rose property acquisition and the additional costs that in order to purchase that property. The transportation capital fund, that is just the other side. So from the traffic safety fund being 002, then the other side of that, there's some transfers into the capital transportation capital fund. So this is the other side of that, of revenue going in, not having expenditures. If there's expenditures then we will have to allocate for those. So then going down to the sewer operations fund, that fund was just needs to allocate just a little bit more. That was a little bit shy on the King County wastewater treatment, which are also referred to as the metro charges, but I changed that description to be a little bit more clear. And then going to the next line of adjustments, we have the, within the sewer capital fund, we have the lift station that needs to be allocated for that design work. So it's just asking to increase so that budget is allocated so that work can start. And then going into the surface water operation fund, that is basically there's two line items there, the professional services engineering and the systems maintenance and operation. And I'm hopeful that we will not need to use those allocations, and they are from very early estimates back in March. That being said, at the end of the fiscal year in 2023, quite a few invoices came in, and that the city can't afford for that to happen at the end of 2024 because this is the close of our budget year. And so although the city had the amount of budget allocated in order to absorb that, that will not be the case this year. So we have to allocate it in order because we cannot be short. So then going to the final is not going. So the final adjustment, there it goes, is the vehicle equipment and replacement fund that we have to, when we allocated that fund, there was $150,000 that we moved from Fund 501, the Vehicle Equipment and Replacement Fund, in order to start and become the beginning fund balance to the Information Technology Fund 502. That being said, that becomes a true expenditure to the 501. It's a housekeeping item. I missed it. It was a mistake. It needs to be allocated as an actual expenditure. Simple, what we would define in finance as a housekeeping item that needs to be done prior to the close of 2024. And that concludes my quick overview of the both ordinances 24-1297 and ordinance 24-1298.
Okay, colleagues, questions for Director Vaughn on either of those topics? Right, moving on to.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
may I make a motion to to modify the agenda so that we can address items 12C and D so Katie can go home?
Great idea.
And our consultant Liz Loomis, in
Yeah.
light of the late night, and she has some details to go over with you, and there she is on screen,
Hi, Liz.
is willing to come back to the 11/7 meeting and present to you there, so you have time to ask her questions and your minds aren't all numb from all of this that we've gone through tonight, if you're good with that as well. She can
Colleagues,
come
what's your
back on
pleasure?
this,
So there's a motion on the table to amend the agenda, and I'm open to a friendly amendment to move Liz Loomis' presentation to the 7th.
Okay.
Right, 7th.
That's
But
correct.
so the main motion is to proceed with items, help me here, 12C and 12D. Is that correct?
Right.
And that we postpone item 12B to 11/7.
That's correct.
So I'd move 12C and D to follow 11C.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Any nay? Okay. All right, that motion passes. Yes.
Liz.
Oh,
See
you in November.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, thank you, Liz.
I get,
You're
okay.
welcome.
we could amend again. Does it matter?
Transportation.
Hang on just a second. What's your pleasure? Or
I
you have C. What's the issue with moving that up?
Just that if we did D in front of C,
I don't think
Just-
Transpo is going to take very long. It's up to you.
I would propose to move D in front of C for 12.
Okay, fair enough.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to move D in front of C. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Okay, thank you, John. Appreciate it. So we are moving on to item D,
12D.
12D. Katie, thank you for your patience. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Thank you also for moving my item. It's very thoughtful. I will wait a moment for my presentation to come up before I start. Thank you, Matt. Oops. Oh, did this die? I only have like 4 slides. Will you just go to the first one and maybe I can just tell you to advance? It's not a lot of slides. Okay, so thanks for having me this evening. I am here to talk about the Town Center to Burt Gilman Trail connector 30% design contract that we already have with V&M. This is for phase 2 of the work. And the last time we talked about this was in the spring. The subject matter was exactly the same. I just didn't have the actual updated Exhibit A and Exhibit B to show you at that time, but what you will see does reflect our discussions from back then. Let's see if I can, oh, there. All right, so the pictures are a little bit smaller, but I'll just give you a quick recap on where this project has been because it's many years in the making already. 2020 was when we did the type, size, and location study with V&M. They showed us some options for bridges and tunnels. Following that, there was a design charrette with King County where we received more information from King County about requirements, design standards that essentially made all of the designs that were presented to us in our TS&L study not up to their standards. So we developed some new designs out of that. And the picture on the bottom there is what came out of the design charrette. That's the modified bridge on the other side, on the Burt Gilman side. What happened next was 2022, we moved into phase 2 after getting funding. But it was mentioned in the presentation earlier. We got funding for phase 2, $100,000 from the state. And we executed a design contract with V&M to advance the project. And at the direction of the city at that time, they included both tunnel and bridge work in that design contract. And after that happened, some time passed. The project just slowed down and stayed on the shelf for a couple of years. There was an amendment to extend the contract, which was passed. And then earlier this year, as the project was starting up again, we talked about how we wanted to change what was written in the contract in 2022 to remove the tunnel work and just focus on the bridge work. And that is what we have done. So since March of 2024, myself, Phil, and V&M have done a lot of discussions about how we can change this contract to make it better and just focus on the bridge. And so that's the contract amendment that I'm bringing to you tonight. So it's a $99,000 grant from Commerce, fully funding phase 2, 30% design. Of of that sum of funds, about 1/4 of it, $24,000 was being spent on tunnel design. So once that was taken out of the contract, that's how much funds were freed up. We were presented with a number of options of how we could spend those funds, but the things that we landed on that seemed most beneficial were two items. One is a benefit analysis, and the other is updated renderings. So the benefit analysis, a sub of VNM, F&P will be doing that, and they're going to have a 24-hour vehicular, bicycle, pedestrian movement counts at both intersections on 522. They're also going to collect data from similar grade separated structures nearby that serve the same function as ours to really see like the pattern of behavior of pedestrians. And they're also going to do a lot of future forecasting, taking into account sound transit, BRT, population growth, just all the things that we're privy to, all the knowledge we have. They're going to put all that together, and they're going to create 2 future scenarios for us. And one is the no build scenario that we're in today, and the other is a build scenario where we put this bridge up potentially. And those will compare average delay per vehicle, average time for crossing for pedestrians versus cyclists. It'll just compare all the different scenarios for every type of mode of transport person. So the reason why we decided that we wanted to have a benefit analysis was because if this project ever does move into a future phase, we will need this benefit analysis in order to get that funding. That is assuming that the benefit analysis backs up what we think it will say. But without that data, it's very hard to convince that we should move forward. So if we want funding in the future, the benefit analysis is good. Another item that we're planning to add to the contract is just rendering updates. And these are the sort of things that would have probably been in the contract to begin with in 2022 had we not asked them to spend a portion of the budget on the tunnel. So just to kind of put that into perspective, these aren't like extra above and beyond things, but since the design has changed, the renderings should also change and should reflect, you know, where this project is going. And that's something that could be used, you know, as like a front-facing tool for showing the community or for funding, or really just to have as a complete project. You can see that VNM's renderings are beautiful, so they should also be accurate. And that's it. That's my presentation. Questions?
Thank you. Colleagues, questions for Katie? Yes, Mr. Ferrantani.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips, for a wonderful explanation. This is a no-cost allocating what we've already allocated to different things that are completely concentrated on the bridge. I was wondering on that benefit analysis, it does take into account that the BRT is going to be there, but does it also take into account the potential lakefront park?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Please, Councilmember Lebo.
I will support the resolution this evening, but I will not support the project in the future. It's consistent with my previous comments. I think this is a expenditure that is not in the long-term benefit of Lake Forest Park. It will consume a lot of time, effort, and money that otherwise could be better spent elsewhere. I just don't think that we should spend this kind of money on a crossing. I believe in safety, and I'd like to see improvements for safety, but I wouldn't go to this level of project development. I'm not going to support this in the future.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Lebo. Councilmember Goldman.
Yeah, actually, Councilmember Lebo said a lot of what I was going to say. So this particular amendment I'm fine with. I don't like the project anymore. And that I've been thinking about active transport, thinking about human nature. If you have a pedestrian bridge that because of freight rules has to go up 20 feet, you're basically asking pedestrians to go up 2 flights of stairs, cross, come down 2 flights of stairs. A lot of them are just going to cross at street level anyway. And so I think our money is much better spent making the street level safer. So I'm fine with moving forward to just, get rid of the ton. If that's really unfeasible, move the funds over. I don't like the project overall.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, any other questions for Ms. Phillips? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, yes.
So it's not so much a comment to Ms. Phillips as it is to respond to my colleagues. I would support this for the reason that it might be easier to fund this than any grade at grade connection across the Burke-Gilman. And so there's part of me that says, yeah, there are different pots of money, and when we go looking for them, we should be prepared for any eventuality, because ultimately I think all of our goals is to make sure that grade crossing is or non-grade crossing is safe.
Thank you, Councilmember. Other comments? I would just say on point very quickly, we had a conversation with Jake Johnson, our federal legislative lobbyist, about this project, and he's very intrigued about this story that can be told to our friends in Washington, D.C. But we'll see where that goes. So there's a potential of that. If we can get a project done without spending an enormous amount of money of our own, then it could make a lot of sense. Councilor Riddle, you were looking thoughtful.
Just commenting in the same lines as Councilmember Furutani. I think safety is number one, but I think a project like this is more viable in getting funding than at grade improvements. And I don't think at grade improvements in the long run will serve long-term safety as population grows and the BRT gains increased ridership.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Goldman.
To put a point on it, even if we heard from the federal government that they would pay for this project 100%, I would still oppose it on safety grounds.
Okay. Colleagues, any other thoughts? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Phillips. Really appreciate
Point of
it.
order. Isn't this for action?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Councilmember Lebo. Colleagues, what's your pleasure?
I move resolution 24, let's see, 1977, authorizing the mayor to sign amendment number 1 to AG 22050, the professional services agreement with V&M Structural Design Incorporated for Town Center to Burke-Gilman Trail Connector Phase 2, 30% design.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to adopt resolution 24/1977. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays? The ayes have it. Thank you, council. It passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Now we're finished. Thank you. Must be getting late. Okay, we are back to 11 D. Yeah, budget and related items. Okay.
So now we're back to the regular budget related items. So I'm just gonna go ahead and ask just to walk through. Do you want me to walk through this, or have we walked through the budget enough tonight that we can just move forward on all these items?
Do we
Or
have
not
it?
move forward, excuse me. Let me
Just
retract that
move to the
statement. That
next
was
item
not the,
for informational
yes.
purposes.
yes, that's what I meant. Thank
Colleagues,
you.
questions on item D, 2025-2026 budget, biennial budget.
Items, actually, I'm kind of
Oh, taking
requesting
them as a group.
item D, E, F, G, H, all of the budget items, because we discussed the overview, the property tax, the two for the property tax, the setting of the sewer rates, 25 and 26, the setting of the surface water rates for 2025, and the setting of the user fees for 2025. We kind of covered all of that already earlier in the evening.
So my feeble brain can track this. I would like to take these one by one. General questions on biennial budget and related items, colleagues. As we're for time.
All right, so I think this is the one that has Exhibit B, the 2025-26 budget proviso list. Are we wedded to the term climate coordinator? Is that actually in our potential payroll list?
I believe as our HR director has looked, that's kind of the title that fits.
Comparable.
So it's an existing category.
Yeah, we need to be able to compare them among our comparable cities. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to find a salary to match. And it's been difficult already as it is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Okay, let's move on to, if there are no more questions on item D.
I have a,
Yes. Councilor Holt.
so earlier today, we got an email request from NUSA about additional funding for the Shoreline Senior Center. I was just curious, is that something we might be taking up for this budget, or is it sort of too late or too expensive? I'm just curious what people's thoughts are.
Thought we already did.
No, there
We
was
already
a
have
new,
some.
no, there was a new request that came in today. Matt forwarded that to you. So I would say that's not something we would want to tackle tonight, but it's something you should look for in your emails.
Okay, I haven't seen
That
it.
Matt just has sent out tonight. Councilmember Goldman did respond to that. But it's an additional request and it's too late. I can't remember what the detail for that request was. It's a new service. I think it was mental health services provide within the senior center. And NUSA was asking for us to consider that. So it's something that at your next probably budget meeting, you should bring forward if you want to put that on a proviso.
Councilmember Good.
I remember that the Shoreline Senior Center that we're funding also has mental health services for seniors. So if we do look at it, we might want to see if they overlap or not.
Mayor?
Yeah, sorry, Councilmember Riddle.
Yeah, no, as I understand it, as the city representative on NUSA, the Shoreline has provided, or is looking at providing a specific dollar amount to cover senior mental health services. So they'd be paying for an individual to actually be at the senior center. But as I understand it, they're providing a dollar amount for enough hours to cover their needs. And then the question from NUSA is, do we as a city want to invest additional hours of that service provider to provide services for Lake Forest Park seniors that need mental health services? So that's kind of the context of it. I agree, let's maybe not tackle it in depth tonight, but that just gives you some background context.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. It appears they're looking for about roughly an additional, looks like about $28,000 for our portion of the contribution, if I'm skimming that correctly. But that certainly can be bookmarked for a future discussion. Colleagues, any other comments? Councilmember Furtani.
So to answer Councilmember Goldman's question, then we're not going to consider it then?
We certainly could consider it this evening if you want to, or we could consider it a future date.
In light of the time, I would say at a future date. I don't think we should just ignore it completely.
No, absolutely not. It's kind of,
And I recommend getting more information from Shoreline
Okay,
before to really understand what it is that they're funding, just so we can understand what our ask is.
yeah, okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, so yeah. Okay, adopting the budget. We're moving on here. Property tax, let's talk about F. Ordinance 24-13.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah,
if we may back up, I have a general question or comment on the biennial budget.
okay.
We've all seen the numbers. The numbers are not positive. They are in fact quite negative. We are looking at a significant crossing of our revenue versus reserves. I should say that our reserves are declining, and that we're proposing to use 3.1 million of our reserves over the next 2 years. We are also proposing to increase our spending for items that would be an increase over what we had been spending in this current biennium. It's hard to say to the taxpayers, we are spending our reserves down, looking at the significant budget problem in future biennium, and we are increasing spending for optional items. there's no shortage of needs. We could have every social service organization come to us and ask us money. They also have financial issues. They also have tremendous needs, and they do a tremendous good. What we're faced with is not trying to solve all of their needs. We have to be very cognizant of our needs and our taxpayers. We are essentially spending money that we don't have without spending more money than we have without getting any sort of feedback from our citizens. We are spending reserves that in future years, we're going to have to do something. And that something is either ask our taxpayers for more money or to cut services. But we're proposing in this budget to spend more money on things that we haven't spent in the past. And so I propose that we really look hard at our budget and say, should we be contributing more money to social services that have this tremendous need that we are not going to be able to fill, which is going to reduce our reserves? Should we be hiring another HR manager when we don't have the money in the long term to do it unless we ask the taxpayers for more money? Should we be increasing our travel training budgets? We're proposing to go and ask our citizens for more money. And the first question is, have you tightened your belt? And I would propose that we have not.
Colleagues, thoughts on point? Councilmember Good.
I agree with a lot with what Member Lebo says. I know that a lot of these other agencies have asked us for a dollar amount, but we can still help them, but maybe as a compromise, not as much of a dollar amount. That's just another thought. Somewhere in the middle.
Colleagues, Councilmember Riddle, you still have your hand up, or are you new question?
New comment. On the side of the human services, these groups often, and I think we ask them every time to bring, well, what services have you provided for LFP citizens and LFP residents? And there's a lot of need for our own residents out there. So we're not funding them providing services to other cities. So I struggle to reduce our funding for them because it's reducing funding for our own residents. And when it comes to staffing, I question overworking our current staff to the point that they aren't comfortable staying. So I want to strike a balance when it comes to staffing, that we are not losing good talent because we're overworking them, while also maintaining that we do have to have a budget that is sustainable. So, I mean, if you want to look at it, we can look at it. These are all very hard decisions that have an impact. I cannot find a significant amount of money that's in our budget that we could take away and it won't have an impact on our residents.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Goldman.
Yeah, I agree with some of what everyone has said, in that I do think we should take a look at, what is critical and what is nice to have. And even within the social services, I could see some of them, and I feel bad for saying this, but for instance, Shore Lake Arts and the Historical Society, I see those as easier to cut than, say, the senior center. And that because I see more of a tangible benefit from the senior center or from some of the other health providers. But I do think, we could look, do we want to which of these do we want to give them the level that they requested versus giving them half of what they requested versus regretfully saying it's not in the cards for this biennium, or maybe turning it into a proviso.
Okay. Colleagues, other questions, comments? Councilmember Furtani.
Yes, thanks. And, I agree with much of, again, what my colleagues have been saying, but going back to what the mayor mentioned when he first proposed the budget, which was the increase in the community partner spending was to essentially address some of the larger concerns like mental health in our community. And to that degree, it's like saying, who's your favorite kid, right? It's, who knows basically whether the dollar that goes to Shoreline Arts versus the dollar that goes to senior center is better spent. It addresses different audiences with different needs. And so I'd be more comfortable with looking at it as a holistic thing where, there's like an across the board kind of a percentage cut as opposed to trying to pick and choose.
Okay. Questions or comments on point?
One more.
That's really good.
I know that when they came to, it was the senior center, when we did pose a question to them of how many Lake Forest Park residents did they serve, and they really didn't have an answer for that. So, but I do believe, based on what they were saying, that they do provide some senior services, some mental health things, a doctor at a lower reduced rate. So I think that in the absence of another senior services, that is a good one to, to maintain in some manner, because they do provide a wide variety of services for the city if people use it. But I don't know if they know they can go there and what all of those services are. Again, it's a messaging thing.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Riddle.
Thank you. I think getting a more updated data, I think the senior center was going through some transitions back when they were presenting to us. They didn't have that number on hand, but I agree. I think getting some more definition of that would be great. But I also wonder, at what point are we putting a lot of effort into $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, which is real money, but it's not really even kind of creating a dent in the real problem, which is the ongoing operating costs of the city. So are we spending a lot of time and making perhaps a very large impact on each of these organizations, but not really solving our problem either? So I think we need to come at this very carefully and really look at the gain to our community, whether we pull the money into operating or give it to these organizations.
Councilor Lebo.
So one of the things that we need to be cognizant of is that perception oftentimes becomes reality. If the taxpayers, our citizens, don't understand how we budget, then they make up a story. And when they hear that we have a deficit, a story that is oftentimes told is that, well, they're spending more than they're taking in. And you sort of say, well, duh, that's why we have a deficit. But the story goes, well, you're spending things that you don't need to spend money on. And so if you're spending more money, whether it's $10,000, $20,000, or $30,000, just as we heard tonight, we had people raise this issue of you are not being thoughtful about how you're spending your money. Look, you're spending more money in the next biennium for things that you didn't otherwise spend in the 23-24 biennium, when you also have a deficit. So got to be very aware that if you're asking people to pay more money, you have to be able to say to them, we've really cut to the bone. Because otherwise they'll bring up and said, well, you spent $10,000 more on travel. You spent $15,000 more on the council and the mayor. You spent $20,000 on postage. You spent $100,000 on a consultant. Those little things are stories that our citizens will say to us that we are not being careful about how we're spending money. We're going into our reserves over the past, this biennium and our future biennium. That's going to happen. We have to be very careful if we really want to get our citizens to come on board to understand our financial situation, that if we are spending, I can tell you, $5,000 more on travel to go somewhere, whether we think it's good investment or not, that will come back to us in an unpositive way. How do I say? It's getting late, a negative way. So if we're really serious about it, I would propose we freeze our discretionary spending and that we not increase our spending on things that otherwise we can make a choice to say we don't have to. I totally get why we should have an HR assistant. I totally get it. But if we think the path to solving our problem is a levy lift and the citizens don't agree with that, we will be cutting staff. And I would hate to have a problem where we're cutting staff because the thing that everybody wants to talk about is that $12,000 travel budget increase or the $30,000 that we spent on social services.
Colleagues, questions? Councilmember Furtado.
And I agree with Councilmember Lebo to some degree, but at the same time, I'm also cognizant that, one person's discretionary spending is another person's, this is a must-have. And so the question is, where do you draw that line? I mean, a freeze is a very blunt instrument to use to do that. Obviously, we have to honor contracts and things like that. Costs are increasing. So even a freeze isn't going to necessarily freeze it at last year's levels. So what I'm really struggling with is basically how we draw that particular line of what's discretionary, quote unquote.
I think that if you want to know if something is discretionary or not, is to ask our citizens and have them involved in the process. And what is important to them? Is it social services? Is it the Shoreline Historical Museum? They're the ones that would be making use of it, so they would benefit in participating.
That's a
I want to be as open and transparent with our community as possible. But there are some things that they just may not know or consider. Sure, that travel might feel like discretionary funding, but it's travel to a conference where our staff are trained and, we don't end up failing an audit. And then that puts us into a horrible position. So it's really hard to have these conversations with our community because they're not as into the nitty gritty of the business side of this. How do we keep people educated? How do we keep them up to date on the latest laws and regulations? And a lot of these travel bits are for those sorts of trainings and education, or it's for lobbying where we're getting $15 for every dollar we invest. And so to see that stuff from the outside definitely looks just, oh, they're traveling, they're having fun. But I don't think they quite can grasp without being embedded in it like we are, how important some of that stuff really is to the functioning of this city. So it's a really hard to say what's discretionary. I agree. Personally, I think I feel confident that all the dollars that we're spending in this budget have a very valuable purpose to be there. I don't see anything myself that I could just, yank, because I can see why we have all those dollars there in my own head. So I agree we shouldn't have a budget that isn't properly balanced. But I don't know. I don't have anything to offer up that I don't think isn't important, because I think it all is.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, any other comments?
I would just offer that there are very many good reasons why we should adopt the budget as proposed by the mayor. We can all get around the idea that those are all valuable things. One of the things I heard, though, is he was the financial executive vice president for the university. He said, the hardest part of my job is not finding where we should spend money. The hard part of the job is choosing which of all of the best things that we should spend money on are the ones that we can actually afford. There's no doubt that we can, that we'll all benefit from spending the money. The question is, in the long term, will that be the best thing for us? Because when you ask the taxpayers for more money, they want to know that you've really cut to the bone. And I'm afraid that if we adopt this budget, we are not saying that to the taxpayers.
Colleagues, thoughts, comments? All excellent thoughts. I would offer that, yeah, I mean, honestly, it is more difficult to go into a budget, an adoption of a budget in a situation where we're already considering what our options need to be for the future, rather than being able to think about the biennium itself, and which after that, it would be very challenging if we don't have other options, as we all know. I would also offer that discretionary, if you will, discretionary spending. And as I mentioned, Councilmember Furtani referenced this, but I clearly hear you, Councilmember Lebo and Councilmember Good and everyone about the optics. That, however, I would say that in a situation where services are being cut all over the place, particularly in social services, the sense of community and the lifeline that it does provide some people it's difficult to quantify. Some organizations do it much better than others. I would say from the standpoint of the senior center, over the years, I can tell you, I've interacted with numerous people, including, I know that our deputy mayor enjoys programs at the senior center herself. A number of the neighbors in my community, my neighborhood, also enjoy going to programs there, the art programs, doing the other things. And the dependency too at the senior center, for example, on the meal services and the cultural services too, which helps people from that are from other communities that need additional support, are very valuable there. That's just one example. Senior center. The question of new spending, for example, the Shoreline Historical Museum. That is really, as I brought the budget to you all, a couple of things that I said. One, this is not my budget. It's a start, if you will. It's all of our budget, and it's really up to the will of the council to decide where you want to go with it. And if I unfocus my eyes for a second, we're talking about $200,000 maybe and I don't want to use discretionary spending. I think that would be a misnomer. I think it's better to say those are optional, maybe slightly more than $200,000. And beyond that, you're going to find that as you dig into some of the programs, that the quality of life for our staff members makes their job more difficult and makes the enjoyment of their job less, because relative to training and other things like that. So I do want to be very cognizant that we don't create ourselves a more difficult problem relative to attracting and retaining key employees, because we have seen turnover unequivocally. We've seen some real challenges. The level at which we've been hiring because of retirements, et cetera, is in a historic rate. We've never seen that in this community, the number of positions that have had to be filled. And this is not, with the one exception, creation of a new position to help assist in that endeavor. But I do recognize that the optics, and to your point, Mr. Lebo, showing our work is absolutely essential to the community. So it's really up to you all to decide which direction we need to go. And I think what your anecdote about the university is an apt one, because it is a very difficult thing to do. So there's an opportunity here for you to consider an amendment to the proposed budget. I would recommend you don't do that. I would recommend you don't do that, do math on TV. So if you would like to, a couple of you put your heads together to consider it, totally be happy to support in whatever capacity we can. Councilmember Goldman.
I would like to make a request. So if people are going to go through the budget and look at things that they would like to see trimmed, my request would be make it a proviso. And so frame it as we can't afford it as is, but under what circumstances in the next 2 years could we afford it? That would be my hope.
Thank you, Councilmember. Procedurally, comments on Mr. Goldman's suggestion or suggestions? Recommendations. I think that's a great idea, honestly. Keeps it on the table, but okay, how would you like to proceed?
For action, right? It's not.
No, it's not for action, but
we
okay, can we move forward then? All right. Let's see. Item F. Lindsay, are we?
So going down to the property tax, the first ordinance for property tax being ordinance 24-1300. That's the one asking you to increase the highest lawful levy amount, which is what we more commonly refer to as the 1% of the $34,736. Should I stop there, or can I also tie in the next property tax? And kind of talk about them together.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so the next ordinance being ordinance 24-1301, that ordinance is asking us to define our assessed valuation, and the bigger piece is our maximum amount. So that's the bottom number where we asked for the additional to make sure that we weren't short for the additional construction, re-levies, anything else, and then the additional 200,000 to make sure, because it's a preliminary number. That's where we're stating that that total amount of the 3,739,451. That being said, that's a number that is estimated on a higher end. The city at this point, with adopting this ordinance, is then saying that they can receive up to that dollar amount. So there's two pieces of that property tax component that the county will need, and these two ordinances are the only ones that do need to be adopted by the end of November and submitted to King County to show the city's intent. And it needs to be to them by December 1st. The rest of the budget related items, the deadline on those are December 31st that they have to be completed. So I'll just take that minute to say step 1, step 2.
Colleagues, questions on ordinance 24-1300 or 24-1301 regarding levying property taxes, the total assessment? Okay. If you have questions about that, feel free to reach out as well, because it can get a little confusing about the procedure. All right, sewer utility rates.
So then going down to the sewer utility rates, that's where we are asking to actually adopt both of the 2025 and 2026 sewer rates, because we have the projections from King County and we know what we think the city will need in order to operate those funds. And so I do want to state that within there, we do also define 2 effective dates, being the one table that is effective January 21st of 2025, and then the next table for 26 is effective January 1st of 2026. So it is separated out. Just want to bring that to your attention. And then again, the 2025 rates will also be reflected on the user fee schedule. So those will be together.
Question on of those topics. Okay. I'm sorry, Councilor Phillips.
Not so much a question, but a comment. When you were doing the presentation for the public hearing, for the sewer, you were giving monthly rates, and for surface water, it was annual, and that might be the way it needs to be. But for communicating with the public, I think it'd be more apples to apples if they could both be monthly.
I would be happy to change the way that we do that. The reason that I am doing the sewer on a monthly basis is because the way we invoice is bi-monthly. So every 2 months, all of the residents receive an invoice, or those with parcels receive an invoice and pay in that manner. And then I'm referring to surface water in an annual manner because it's paid with property tax in that manner. And so it's more so paid twice a year versus the breakdown, but I would be happy. That's why I'm doing it in 2 different manners. That being said, I'm happy to compare it and do it on a monthly basis for the surface water, if that's what's required or requested.
All right. Any other questions for Director Vaughn on user fees, setting user fees for 2025, surface water rates, sewer, various?
Oh,
Yes.
okay, so going to, sir, going on to resolution 24-1981, to set the surface water rates. I've made the note to request to basically change that into a monthly format. Are there any other?
I'm sorry, I would suggest that I think that the way that you show how they're billed is proper, but anytime that we're asking of an increase of our residents on whatever it is to just say this translates to X amount of dollars per month for the average homeowner.
Mhm.
And I think if you just put that one thing in there, the rest of it is perfect.
Noted, for sure.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? All right. Director Vaughn.
So then going to the final item that I have is 24-1982, setting the user fee for 2025. And those we briefly covered, going over the notary services, the sewer monthly, the surface water, and then increasing the building fees by 1.8% per what is being increased. And that briefly covers the user fees that are currently being proposed. Are there any questions on those?
Council. I see myself there, but microphone. Okay.
Good.
Right. Thank you, Director Vaughn. Sure appreciate it. Okay, and we are on to item A, Mr. Hill, resolution 24-1971, confirming the city's share of 2025-2026 Regional Crisis Response Agency budget. And this is slated for action.
Wow, and the computer's not responding. It's done with us. So I may have to do this all from memory because and I don't have any of that information in front of me, unfortunately, but as you know, per the interlocal agreement, the city has been given our estimated cost for the 25-26 Regional Crisis Response Agency budget. That is before you. We've discussed this on a couple previous previous evenings. We have paid our portion of this cost through the ARPA funds that we received through lost revenue. And when council approved the ILA and entered into this agreement, it was anticipated that in future years, we would be using ARPA funds, lost revenue to pay for those ongoing costs. I don't have the dollar amount in front of me, but as you'll remember, we are slightly less than what was projected in this upcoming biennium. Matt's gonna save me because he's got a laptop.
We have extra computers up
I'm
here.
supposed to just be able to click on A and it drops me down. but- Yes. It's rough.
While he's getting that teed up, does anyone have any questions right off the bat here on the RCR, approval of the RCR budget? No, the city share, excuse me.
Yeah, this is for action and we do need to take action on this and provide this to the fiscal agent, which is Kirkland, so that they can begin putting the
Okay.
budget together. It was pursuant to section 12B of the interlocal agreement that requires us to hold this meeting and have you take action on this resolution, indicating that you will allocate the funds in your upcoming budget. Stand for any questions.
Colleagues? Looking down the dais, Councilman Riddle, do you have any questions on the confirmation of the city share of the RCR budget for 2025-2026?
No question.
Thank you. With that, I entertain a motion to adopt. Councilmember Bertoni.
Okay, I move that we adopt resolution 24-1971, confirming the city's share of the 2025-2026 Regional Crisis Response Agency budget.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on resolution, adoption of resolution 24-1971? Hearing none, all those in, did you?
I wanted to point out that this is an amazing service and I'm very much in favor of it.
Thank you. All those in favor of adoption of resolution 24-1971, confirming the city share of the 2025-2026 Regional
didn't-
Crisis Response
tell me that.
Agency budget, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Mr. Hill is going to be staying with us. Getting a lot of mileage on the podium today, Phil. Resolution 24-1974, authorizing the mayor to sign professional services agreement with Transpo Group USA Incorporated for traffic safety.
And we punt this till.
Did we put this?
November 7th.
What's that?
Did we punt this one?
No.
No,
We punt
no,
Liz
no, no.
Loomis.
Liz Loomis was punted.
sorry.
We still
Yeah,
have
okay.
this one.
No,
We'll
no,
be
no,
back
worries.
on the 7th.
No, it's very late.
And I'll just go through this quickly. As you remember from the March 26th council retreat, there were items that were identified for traffic study, that being 522 and SR 522 and 104, looking at speed limits, as well as traffic cameras for speed, looking at 35th Avenue and SR 104 for possible red light cameras, and then looking at additional traffic camera within the Brookside Elementary school zone, and then 2 crosswalks, one on SR 104 at 191-15 Ballinger Way and one on 178th Northeast, 178th and 40th Avenue Northeast. As you remember at your last meeting, question came up. Vice Chair brought this forward of could we look at with the existing study that's proposed before you tonight, looking at a speed camera at the same location of the 40th place and 178th location for the crossing, and then also at 28th Avenue and Northeast 178th. And speaking with John Pascal this morning, because we're already doing the study for the Northeast 178th and 40th Avenue Northeast for the crosswalk, we'll have the data to consider traffic cameras there. And actually, the extents of their last study covered all the way up to 28th and 178th. And so he will just attach that memo as an addendum to this report. And so it will cover both of those locations in addition, and there's no additional cost to this contract.
Excellent. Colleagues, questions?
And
Sorry.
just to remind you that you did allocate funds earlier this year funding Safe Streets early action investments that's sufficient to cover this contract.
Many thanks. Question, Councilmember Lebo.
Oh, thank you. Just because it's late, remind me which budget code that comes out of.
Which budget code comes out 302? Is
302.
that right, Lindsay? Safe Streets early action.
Early
I believe it's
action.
302. 302.
Okay. So there's no general fund impact.
There is no general fund.
Thank you.
Colleagues, any other questions? Councilmember Furtoni.
Yes, Administrator Hill, thank you very much for looking or asking our contact at Transpo about that. So I'm very much in favor of this.
With that, I'd entertain a motion to adopt. Councilmember Furtoni.
All right, I move that we approve resolution 24/1974, authorizing the mayor to sign a professional services agreement with Transpo Group USA Incorporated for a traffic safety study.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt resolution 24/1974. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Thank you very much, council. It's always wonderful when we get a little extra value out of our contracts. Thank you for the question, Vice Chair Furtoni. We are, let's see, council discussion, other business.
Yes, I move that we excuse Lori Bodi for, sorry, Deputy Mayor Lori Bodi from this meeting.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to excuse Deputy Mayor Bodi from this meeting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
Nay.
I need to ask our legal counsel, can I veto this? Okay, moving on. So very quickly, council committee reports. I think everyone's aware of the budget calendar. Reminders when things are coming up. We have a very tight comp plan schedule as well. Any council member reports? Very brief, please, because we still have a session coming up. Councilmember Riddle.
Very briefly, Noosa had a wonderful presentation about transportation options in the region, and there's a lot more than I thought we had, and we have the new Metroflex that occurs in the north of Ballinger Way. So I think it might be useful at some point early next year to get a similar presentation so our community can see what options they have for transportation other than fixed transit.
Thank you, council member. Council, any other council member reports? We can save them for next time as well if it's not burning up your brain here, or what's left of your brain tonight. With that, I will. I don't have anything really important to share right now that can't wait or can be sent out by email. We have the city administrator's report in there. Anything to highlight? Okay. Actually, mayor's report. I will send this to the entire staff. I received the most heartwarming voicemail from a resident complimenting our public works department and our police department. And I actually would love to play it here. However, she has her name and phone number in there, so we can't really do that, but I will send it out to everyone. And it is one of those things where, you know, you get 1,000 grumpy messages and you get one that just makes it all worthwhile. So I'll make sure that gets out to everyone tomorrow. I meant to do it today. And, you know, this is the time of year too, where we need to hold on to the things that remind us of why we do what we do, because so many difficult decisions have to be made. But citizens do appreciate your hard work, and many of them voice it early and often, so that helps. With that, we've got to move on to, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Furtoni.
And really briefly on the city administrator's report, I wanted to thank Chief Harden for having that update on your staff. And I'm glad that everybody's getting training. I'm glad that people are actually moving on to actually being on our streets. So thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you. We have a closed session for collective bargaining per RCW 42.130.140, parens 4, parens B. How long are we expecting to?
5 minutes max.
5 minutes max. That music to my ears, Mr. Hill. All right, with that, we're gonna adjourn to collective, I'm sorry, closed
Point of
session.
order. We need to specify don't we need to specify?
I already did.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, folks, we are back from our closed session and I entertain a motion to adjourn.
To adjourn. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We're adjourned. Thank you.